Mod Squad. Secret Mod Squad message. The cat is under the table. Yeah. Activation phrase. Okay. Kind of reading a tale of two games here. The Gary's Mod 2, or the Essen box, as I will be calling it, is not having a good launch, but Far Far West is. Oh, and Dustin. That's a first. Okay. Alright, so Dustin, that makes this spicy. So there are 2 more days left in this month. You are currently at 6, Verdant is at 7. If Verdant gets either of the next 2 days, Verdant wins. But if you get either of the next 2 days, then it's a quick draw contest for the final day. Mental Monk, Watto, and welcome. Coming in, coming in. I mean, J-Post, I may not have the facilitations for a screaming cat, but, you know. I do have the text-to-speech. You can make a Welsh guy say an unenthusiastic E, and Little Fire, Watto and welcome. And Little Fire, where are you calling in from? Did you ask the bill payer's permission? No one says that anymore. My name's Derek Hardley, and I'm calling from Hartlepool. Well, Dustin, they're not VODs. It's YouTube exclusives. Yeah, they're actual videos. Yeah, shocking. And PVS, Watto and welcome. Coming in, coming in. I know I've been kind of camping this Game Shop's party mix, but one, it's good. Okay, last night I did homemade burgers because I love making burgers, and I got to admit I may have perfected it last night. Using the Cajun seasoning on the board as I squished down the patties before I fry them, perfect. We had burgers and watched The Mortuary's Assistant, which proved that both Little Fire and I have very strong stomachs. And I have tonight's dinner currently marinating in the fridge. Freedom! You'll don't even know. You'll don't even know. Anyway, terrors. Watto and welcome. I guess we got a... Well, I should probably let Discord know that we're alive and or kicking. I should probably tell Blue Sky as well. There isn't anything massive for game news, but it's definitely not light for game releases today. That's for damn sure. Far Far West is set to be the next hotness, with the fact that it's creeping up on 1,000 reviews in less than a day. Oh, Hoffers, Rodser, Watto and welcome. Coming in. Do not speak to me of the old magics, Dustin. You haven't even seen Nightmare. You don't know spellcasting. Except for that one episode where they were all obsessed with shandies. Okay. Okay. Alright. Discord has been alerted. Okay. Hey!
90 months.
90 months. No big deal. No big deal. Numbers, I can thank you. And 90 at a tier 2 as well. Like, over the last 8 years, we've all had some roller coasters. I really appreciate that. Thank you, friend. And Angel Kalina, 40 months. No big deal. Just 40 months. You know, throwing that around real casual like.
E.
And E. Indeed. Yeah, me making burgers. Little Fire complaining that, like... oh, Snuggly, what and welcome. Alien Isolation 2? I know shit about that game I can't even tell you, because my buddy Werthers is like, what, James Green is like the creative director on that one, and he's a fucking ledge. So unless external forces fuck it up, it's gonna slap. But yeah, Catastros, Cigarette, Watto and welcome, Akari. Thank you for the Agent 47 months. If you saw me pulling some strange faces there, I was just, as I went over to go post the Gone Live, DJ Coil was posting the info on the supposed tell-all mission that has been added to Mind's Eye, and like, Mind's Eye is going to be the kind of shit that people write the most fascinating books about. That's an E. And our first hype train in a hot minute. Thank you all. I don't know, are we hyping? It's not my choice to make. I'm extremely grateful. You all don't even know. I'm extremely grateful, so thank you. Come on in. Catastro says, I'm already, as the academic folks like to say, fucking tired. So I'm here for a fun time, not for a long time. That's my philosophy in life. How goes? You know what? We ticked another movie off the video game movies list, The Mortuary's Assistant, last night. And I managed to find the mystical gems of the Matrix in my little sugary shooty gun bank. And Vershi, that's an E. If you want to know where my mental state is at, I am voluntarily replaying Night in the Woods. So, but I'm here. The slug cats are loaded. There's some interesting shit to talk about. There's nothing like super spicy today, but there is something rather fascinating. So yeah, thank you all. Like I said, it's the first hype train we've had in a good while. Oh no, so DJ Coil, I just saw your post on the details of the Mind's Eye quote-unquote DLC, and we're gonna see some legal action. There's a reason why you don't use people's real names and real companies in parodies. Oh, he's so smart. He literally names the talent agency and the YouTuber that he thinks has been conspiring to kill Mind's Eye. Yeah. Now, yeah. He named the talent agency. Yeah. ChatGTP was like, yeah, no, you should totally do this. This is smart legal advice. And Rodser, it's actually kind of fascinating when you start like getting into some of the less named folks in gaming. One of my favorite venues in San Francisco, the DNA Lounge, was a Microsoft dev who cashed out and just bought a club because he wanted to. That's also a pizza joint because he wanted to. It's great. Okay, didn't name the YouTuber, but did name the company. That's bad. There's a reason why every anime ever has a different fucking, what is it, the Whack Donalds or what have you.
The Afulis shopping distracted vices die everything. They cannot claim to be witnesses if they cannot see.
Jesus. Really shopping district's getting dark. You gotta work out a timeline. Starting to read like late game Uzumaki. But anyway, come on in, friends, come on in, and thank you for chucking in, right? I am grateful for everything you lot throw in, tiny, massive, or otherwise. Like I said, you'll don't even know. But yeah, I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves. The Mind's Eye thing is so fascinating because it's clearly someone going through like a horrible downward spiral that just an honest conversation with a homie would have saved.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Rolled a crit success this month. 20 in a row.
20 in a row? 20 in a row, 20 in total. So friends, thank you for the Teeny Tony Hype Train. I really appreciate it, alright? And Aeon, thank you for 20 months. Seriously. It's one of those things that seems like a small amount when you have everything kind of next to each other, but that's still nearly 2 years. Okay, so let's do game news. Then I can tell you all about video game movies and shiny crystals. And then we're back on Rain World today. We're still in the early phase of the Watcher campaign of our restart, but we did just get to Vulture Alley, and I did pull the mask off of Vulture last week, which was very fun. Okay, so let's do the little things before we get into Build a Rocket Boys. Just dive into insanity. Because boy howdy. I do love that. I do love that little shot of the, I don't know if it's supposed to be the survivor, but one of the other Rain World's slug cats grabbing a brick and running into fight. Oh, shit, the bed. This is why I need more time. Yeti. That is a good point. Are we still doing the game club this week? We really should. Am I allowed to have a breakdown yet? I might have to make some tweaks to the schedule. The game club was supposed to be this week. It completely slipped my mind. It's the cute game about sheepdogs. So we might do that tomorrow instead of Weird Indie Wednesday on Idols of Ash. I mean, no fire. I also desperately want to play Idols of Ash, which is a combination of, God, so many games that I am obsessed with. Idols of Ash is a grapple hook free climbing game where you descend down an ancient ruin deep into the grounds, but there are dark things lurking. It's very kind of, I don't want to just say Made in Abyss casually, because it doesn't have that beauty to horror ratio, but it is definitely a dark descent. John Deere, what and welcome. Yeah, Hoffers, at least it got brought up. It's just, it's so hard to keep track of everything all the time. And I've definitely been really struggling with the schedules, because the most stressful part of it all. Yeah, I love you know what it is? When we first started moving into 3D in games, megastructures were always like a technical challenge. We couldn't do megastructures for realsies. And some games could kind of fake them. You know, we had lots of clever skyboxes, lots of clever lodding tricks and stuff like that. Oh, Yeti, please don't tell me it's a stinker. I think I'm still mad after that, that time loopy puzzle game with a terrible fucking ending. Sorry, a DJ Coil, that could be it, you know, the idea that, you know, these structurals will endure, and the fact that we can now do games that are essentially urban exploration but good, like, that's real cool. But it's just like, back in the day we couldn't do gigantic megastructures in games, just the engines would melt, the PCs could not handle it. Now we can do this, you know, it's one of those games that is now technically possible. Oh yes, I was letting Blue Sky know that we exist. Okay. Rodser, is that not the streamer's credence? The streamer's creed. We stream, therefore we are. And Verdant, Watto, and welcome. I was saying to Dustin at the start of, so this month is going to be hard fought. You are ahead by 1 in the firsts. Dustin's at 6, you're at 7. If you win either of the next 2 days, it's yours, locked in. If Dustin wins tomorrow, that means that Thursday will be for all the marbles this month. This race got spicy. Okay. Okay, so before we get into the paint, give everybody a chance to jump on in proper. So, how was your weekend? What have you been playing? Tell me your tales. I haven't really been doing much of interest. As I said, I started on Night in the Woods. I'm hitting a point with Racoin where I've now got a pretty solid way to clear it regardless of difficulty, and it feels like I'm just doing chores now. But, you know, I've played Racoin for 40 hours already and had a brilliant time, so that should tell you how much I've been having a good one. Oh, Aeon, so The Trees Hate You was one that popped up on TikTok first. I was actually advising the dev to get a Steam page up. It is a comedy kaizo... It is a comedy kaizo game designed to try and destroy you in as many funny and meta-narrative ways as possible. Rod's still on Stellaris. Good on you. Verdant got a DVD in the mail. Villainy. A secret underground screening of the Legend of Chun-Li director's commentary. And Rilu, what and welcome. Oh, and Ehrman. Quite cool. Subnautica Sub-Zero is really good. Obviously, you don't need to tell you that. It's fascinating because it's like... Subnautica is very huge in terms of its ocean. Below Zero has this verticality to it that's brilliant and also terrifying. Fortunately, been on Animal Crossing and Vampire Crawler. That's fucking cool. I kind of stalled out on Dragon Ruins, which I was really enjoying last week. Just wasn't cutting the mustard. Jamami's on Nothing New Solely advancing on Planet Crafter. I know what you mean. Me and Jess have hit the insect phase. And as Jess put it, like, there's a lot of time where there isn't really anything to do except for move stuff from one box to t'other. We've done most of the exploration on the planet that we can do without explosives or without getting the temperature even higher. And we can't make explosives because we need to progress the terraforming. So it's that kind of thing of like, you know, just slowly chipping away at it. Well, Ehrman, it's one of those ones that I'm happy to talk to you about it. But I want you to experience more of Below Zero yourself before I do, you know? And Rod, so I'm glad you enjoyed it. I will say, though, looking at Roundabout did remind me of, like... There was a time when having an indie game be successful was very simple. You know? Okay. So I think we've given everybody a nice chance to get on in as best they can. I'm definitely retweeting that one. The DJ Coils, some game CEOs would rather push libel to prod than go to therapy. Alright, you know what? Let's just start on the fun shit. Let's start on the fun shit. You know, we don't have to do our we don't have to do our chores before we're allowed to have fun. So I believe earlier today, let me check. Yeah, here we go. So earlier today, excuse me. I guess it was pushed as just free content. We'll bring it up here. I guess this is the new trailer. Alright, so is anyone here not familiar with Mind's Eye? I can't imagine anyone's not, but... Okay, the quick primer, just in case this has missed you. So Mind's Eye has been this fascinating drama. Ex-Rockstar guy went off to go set up his own studio, and they were making like a sci-fi, not quite, but almost cyberpunk-y Grand Theft Auto-y title. Alongside its generic story of guy on revenge and what have you, it was also supposed to be a Grand Theft Auto Online, not competitor, but predominantly based on the Roblox model of people would make games within Mind's Eye that other people would play. It had a very rocky launch. Its story and online elements just haven't clicked with people. It's not good. Now, rather than say like, all right, this game didn't come out as we intended and we're going to be working on fixing it, the CEO of the company has been claiming corporate sabotage. I'm not saying there's been corporate sabotage. I'm not putting myself up for any fucking libel. And this whole thing has gotten weirder and weirder. Last week, the union that the Rocket Boys devs are part of started legal proceedings due to the fact that the CEO had spyware installed on everybody's computers, or monitoring software. And he didn't tell them, which you're supposed to tell your employees, man. Hey!
Also, to whomever sunk my prawn soup bits, you've sunk to a new low.
There's nothing like spending half a run trying to find that one piece you need for your prawn soup. Ehrman, thank you for the 1,000. Seriously. Seriously. That is... $10 is $10 is a lot right now. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, this is where it starts to get even more wild in our story. So the CEO said that all of the claims of corporate sabotage, of, you know, betrayals and whatnot, would be revealed in the free DLC that they are putting out. And to say this thing is a libel mess is to do it a disservice. Like, this, as one individual says on Resetera, and I quote, "It is such an honor to be alive as this legendary crash out unfolds." Where do we even begin? So this new DLC they've pushed is called Blacklisted, and it names a media talent agency by name in-game, which you then go and murder. Which, I don't know if you know, but if you put a real person in your game and then go and kill them, or a real agency and go and kill them, that is, oh shit, I wrote this down here. Bad. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes, if you threaten to do someone a murder in your funky song or your video game, depending on how the courts take it, that could be perceived as a credible threat. Yeah. It also seems to be recycled content from what would have been the Hitman crossover. Which I'm now starting to understand why... Oh yeah, no, Catastros. No, you didn't fall asleep already and have some weird kind of acid dream. So, you know what, I'm gonna leave the footage up in the background because it amuses me greatly. This new DLC, they have added the talent agency, which the Build a Rocket Boy CEO believes has acted on corporate sabotage. It also includes, like, one female journo as well, which is, like, come the fuck on. Like, journalists... Game journos hold no power. It's actually kind of hilarious that his way of thinking is so old and out of whack that he considers journos to be able to influence anything. Journos these days are written entertainers. That's the best way to think of it. But anyway, there is a YouTuber who is also in here. Now, I mistakenly said at the beginning of the stream that YouTuber is named. They are not. They are a stand-in. Now, it's very obvious to tell who that is. However, it does hit parody, you know. But you then play as... Hang on, I've got the trailer here. You play as this lass, and you just go and fucking kill them. Now, I find this incredibly funny because this feels like the worst Alias fanfiction I've ever had to hear. Oh, and I can't say anything, friends, but we may have our first sponsor for the Rock, Paper, Scissors event. Okay. Kind of jumping ahead. This is hilarious, but, like, you all get that, like, this is a once-in-a-lifetime crash out. Because at some point, right, someone should be stepping in and being like, mate, you cannot push this live. Like, Build a Rocket Boy is based in the UK. UK libel laws are brutal. And if you fall afoul of them... Honestly, this Miku Katamari track is working really well with the Mind's Eye trailers. Definitely improvement. Oh yeah, no, J-Post, he's doing this in the UK. Now, maybe he's got an AI assistant that's just feeding him, like, horseshit advice. Maybe the only people in his circle are just agreeing with him, or also believe that Mind's Eye's failure has been conspiratorial. Honestly, Mind's Eye hasn't been selling because it's boring and broken. You know? While it isn't really shown from any of these footage, like, you're playing as, you know, generic shoot man, who is a future cyber cop. The reason it's called Mind's Eye is that using his cybernetic eye, you experience, like, other people's stories. So you have these, like, disconnected missions where you play like a little self-contained thing. So that little thing there, you use your mind's eye to then play as this person, which is supposed to set up the mechanics of this. The build your own mission stuff within, you know, the thing that was going to be their big moneymaker. Now, Grand Theft Auto Online, obviously I got beef with it for just how much fucking money it makes. You know, how much it manages to exploit from its user base. I did not enjoy Grand Theft Auto 5 as a story game, but you cannot sit there and say that it is a badly made title. It is an insane simulacrum that borders on impossible, right? Same with like Red Dead Redemption 2. We joke about the horse balls, and we should never stop joking about horse balls. But if you haven't sat down and played it, Red Dead Redemption 2's just level of complexity and systems is mind-boggling. You know, it's a library of Alexandria of code. You know, and that's not something easily recreated. You know, it is better to think of Grand Theft Auto like, you know, the Egyptian pyramids as a impossible feat that could only be achieved by fuck tons of humans. Mind's Eye failed at launch because it was boring and broken. You know, your game has to at least be... It has to have something behind it. Oh, the thing I was saying is, it was also the first game that IO Interactive have published. For those who don't know, IO Interactive was underneath Square Enix for many years, and then with the success of the newer Hitman, now called World of Assassination, they managed to buy their freedom, and then this was going to be the first game they published. IO Interactive have dropped Mind's Eye, and what's now very telling is that they didn't drop it because it did poorly. They dropped it because the guy running the studio might be fucking batshit loopy bananas. Now, is it AI psychosis? Paranoia? Is this just the whitest crash out you've ever seen? We'll see in the coming weeks. But it is not good. And like, I was a little annoyed with, like, no hate, but I was a little annoyed with Wolfgang discussing it last week because everyone's been talking about Samson, right? Now, this is Samson. At time of recording, this came out beginning of the month, 20 days ago. It's done over 1,000 reviews, coming up to 1,200. It is extremely broken. And this is old man, fighty guy has been pulled back into a world of crime and no. It is extremely broken. Now, one thing that I wanted to, if you didn't hear me talking about it last week, one thing that I really liked about this is the dev team behind this were like, hey, we wanted to try and do something and we weren't able to achieve it with the resources we have. We're going to keep working on it, we're going to keep fixing it and make it and bring it together. But, you know, yeah, Cigarette halfway between, well, I'd say more Mr. Nobody than Old Boy. So I don't want to get into that conversation. But the team behind it tried, you know, they swung for the fences. They didn't succeed, but you know what? They gave it an honest try. The difference between this and Mind's Eye is what becomes really apparent with Mind's Eye is that they started with a business model and worked backwards. With Samson, they wanted to make this story of like, he's a cool guy who's just down on his luck. You know, they wanted to emulate that John Wick style, you know? A dude who doesn't use guns, he uses his fists and his car. Cool. Again, I'm not saying this is a game you need to play, but it's just the difference in reaction to users being like, nah, we don't like it. Accountability is also that. You know, they put their hands up and went, yeah, we tried. We're gonna keep fixing it and keep doing it. Sorry it was busted. Whereas with Mind's Eye, there were lots of problems. Like, not just in terms of its construction, like narratively and things like that, but it was also broken. And instead of being like, yeah, you know, mea culpa, they were like, nah, it's a conspiracy by YouTubers. You know, Chaunerus, that's a little too real for me. I don't think it's a game that I would personally play, but that's something you can really get behind. You know, with Mind's Eye, I mean, what, you're a future cyber cop with a cyber eye, and you're fighting who? You're doing what exactly? Again, with everything around Mind's Eye, you can see that it was the Grand Theft Auto playbook.
Mea culpa? More like mea culpa.
More like me using Latin wrong today. God damn it, copy. Hershey, thank you for 200, mate. Seriously. Okay. Vern says, aren't you glad you're not the community manager of Build a Rocket Boy? Yeah. You'll know I was on Rome 2. Rome 2 launched broken, and that was a very hard few months of just death threats. Just death threats and people hating my guts. Right? But, again, CA were like, nah, we're going to fix it. I wish they'd said a little more publicly about that, instead of just letting us tank it, but, you know, I did get danger pay for that, which was a first for me. And Chaunerus, there you hit the nail on the head. When you have somebody that goes so hard into the corpo and the business model that they forget about the why. And the more corporate the production is, the further away that why is. Yeah, numbers, I got death threats because game broke. Because game not as good as promise. One of the things that, if you want a really good hyperbole example, what was it? Facebook's whole metaverse thing. You know, trying to create a VR environment, but with absolutely no reason to go into it.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
You got 3 more months. Those stats. But seriously, thank you. Numbers, what I can tell you is that there's this thing when people are looking forward to a game, they develop an emotional attachment to the game before they've actually started playing it. And when that game turns out to be bad, there's this feeling of, like, essentially betrayal. Like, you know, like you sold somebody a burger that you knew was going to be bad. I often refer to it as like the pendulum. The people who send you the most threats are the ones who will also love your game the hardest. It's not a love to hate with video games is not a binary line. It's more like the more you care about a game, the more you will swing from fucking loving it to fucking hating it. It's often why you get those reviews from people where it's like, I played this for 200 hours, don't play it, this is fucking dog shit, because they're so emotionally invested that something down the line changes that and it twists. Hey, Wolfcrad, you're all good, friend. Glad to hear that it's nothing bad. Come settle in. Exactly, love and hate are both expressions of passion. When you put them on the pendulum, it makes more sense, right? The swing is more extreme the higher up the weight is on that metronome. And it does mean that people who really fucking hate your game can be turned... I shouldn't say turned. They can be brought back, right? That is why people fucking love No Man's Sky. Right? But again, there has to be a heart to the game. Like, I'm sorry that we talk about Cyberpunk so much. I'm not saying it's a game that you'll need to play, but if you did play it at launch when it was fuck broken and an absolute mess, there was still a really good story underneath it. You know? I was genuinely surprised by how I was pulled in, even though I only started playing it to understand why it was broken. Yeah, I mean, and numbers, I'm not saying that it's okay, it's just, that's what happens, you get death threats. Yeah, well, Jamami, and I think I've told you this one, but I was responsible for making that review happen. You know, we were out in Texas for RTX, and we had a proper fucking natter with Joe. He got early code, and he even gave me an email heads up a few days beforehand. I was like, look, my review's coming out. I gotta be honest with you, it is not going to be kind. I gotta be honest. Like, love CA, love all they do, but I gotta show it as it is. I was like, there. And so yeah, that's what makes this whole thing with Mind's Eye so fucking wild. Like, instead of just going like, yeah, we made a game that didn't do what we wanted it to, they're like, no, it is everyone else's fault but ours, and we're gonna get fighty about it. The CEO has gone into full-blown psychosis, maybe. And the fact that this new DLC is just you as a scantily clad, as I said, yeah, alias knockoff, looking like one of the extras from Vampire the Masquerade, killing the people that the CEO might be alleging to have sabotaged them. Like, this is going to be a legal shit show. Yeah, well, so Rod, sir, I've not spoken to Joe in well over a decade, so I don't know what he's at. You know, one of the reasons why I never hated on him is because, like, he was always unashamedly passionate. He fucking loved Total War games at a time when everyone else was being very po-faced and pretending like they didn't play history games. And the only reason that he could hate on Rome 2 is because he fucking played it, and he loved the previous ones. Yeah, well, so Angel Kalina, I don't disagree. If you compare, actually, her character model to this guy and these people, like, if you look at the amount of detail this character specifically has, we're just kind of comparing femme character to femme character, and then we go over here, that is a rushed asset if ever I fucking saw one. And that plasticky look, that, my friends, is a rush job. See? Look at how much detail on these characters. Anyway. This is going to be such a mess. Well, and Chornerus, well, all we know right now is that, thanks to union help, which is why we support unions in this house, they're currently taking action against the studio because, again, of the spyware thing. Of them putting, like, monitoring software on the varying PCs. And Vanderbeest, Warso, and welcome. Yeah, well, so Angel Kalina, one of the things I'm always a big proponent of is, like, even if you don't understand how games are constructed, you know, trust your gut. If something hits that point, that uncanny jank or otherwise, that usually means that something is off, even if you don't know the methodology of why. Rod Sir says, due to Mind's Eye, we should consider an all-popcorn diet for a while. Especially trust your gut, just eat more fiber. So yeah, this is the big fun news of the day, because, like, this is guilt-free Schadenfreude. Verdant. I mean, I don't think I have to worry about the forbidden snack anymore. I do have to worry about squats, though. You fucking bastards. But Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Okay. So, you know, the other thing about it is that one thing that we do understand. Okay. 15. All right. Alna says, okay, but seriously, great hustle on sabotaging this game, Shadow Council. Especially great is the nudge into a GTA pretender. Yeah, no, the Shadow Council really had to put in the hours for this one. Honestly, though, I'm a little worried about carrying this joke too far, because one, there's one thing that we can do as a squad, it is take the bit to the zenith. But that might actually result in him thinking that we were involved in some kind of shadow conspiracy. You know, that we're part of some, you know, some gay Illuminati video game killing conspiracy. Ugh. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Jamami makes an excellent point that right now also Rockstar's doing some massively anti-union shit. Okay, 20 squats then, fuck you guys. Actually, Angel Cling, they are becoming easier, which is one of the reasons why I dropped the price. I don't know how much actual help, you know, the Scottish government is going to be, because it's that thing of Rockstar brings in so much money. Hang on, let me get my squats out and then I'll tell you why, like, I mean, I hope the union helps, but the union will help them. The government will. 20. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Fuck you guys. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Wrapped hands. Crunchy. Okay. Whew. Yeah, so... Oh, my juice. Nah. Captain Steph, what an welcome. Oh, Warrior, that's so cool of you. Half on Nintendo needs crunch. Okay, 10. 15 more. Yeah. Warrior, what happened? You missed Gremlin Day. You missed incredible videos. You missed some fucking brilliant repo runs. Just finally got to do content warning, and it was so funny. It was so funny. There's like a master collection of videos from it. Okay, how many more was the extras? 15 more. Whew. Catch my breath for a second there. Okay, 15 more. Okay. Whew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Simple chaos. So burpees is the push up, jump up, right? I don't think I could do this here without shaking the whole house. Yeah, and it would. But, like, I'll be honest, friends. At this point, I would be prepared to do burpees to keep the long ship going. So, would I do burpees for cash money dollars? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay. Oh yeah, no, Jumami. The Gremlin Day stream was fucking funny. I actually, I saved a bunch of the, if you haven't played it, so Content Warning, excuse me, was the game before Peak that Landfall made and just gave away for free at Christmas. And since then, like, charged for it. You're all wannabe spooktubers who must go into the depths and make a spooky YouTube video with your friends. But the fucking cool thing about it is that if you get down there and you film everything, you get back up, you can drop it. Once you get to see the video yourself, you can then save it to desktop. You actually get your video as a reward. Okay. Is that 10 more? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Oh. Okay. Oh, so. Feck you, Pink. Feck you, numbers. Okay. 10 more. Here we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, oh shit, 11, 12, 13, 14, and that's 15. Okay. Okay. Whew. Which one? Overdub. Nuh-uh. Overducked. I'll show this lovely lot at the same time. Okay. No, this isn't actually on my list. Scream, whisper, and panic as you guide a flock of clueless ducks through deadly obstacles. It's multiplayer?
Yeah. Literally, it's
Whew. You know, I do like co-op or chaos as a tag. That might be a good one for like the multiplayer ones. All right, that's going on the list. Okay, so speaking of co-op games doing well, we've talked a lot about the quality threshold, but we've also talked a lot about the kinds of games that people enjoy right now. And oh no, wrong button. Friends, Far Far West came out today in early access and is already 1,000 positive reviews. Now, oh well, Angel Kalina, have fun, be safe, enjoy the library. If you didn't see this was one of the big winners from Steam Next, the last Steam Next Fest we had. Whew, my Sonic jams. You are all robot cowboys fighting robot skeleton cowboys. And Jemima, yes, they did just slap a bone snake to be able to then throw it. Yes, that was a haunted flying saloon as a boss. And one of the things is, look, I'm not going to say it's easy to make a hit right now, but Deep Rock Galactic has developed and curated this incredible community. Ooh. No such place. Man. Just sending me all the bangers today. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, this looks cool as shit. Thank you. I haven't been through it yet. I went through the like the fake OS fest. It had some really good ones in it, but yeah. But the thing is, we talked about the other day about like the underrepresented popular culture stuff, of which the trifecta is pirates, cowboys, and ninjas are ubiquitous in pop culture, but weirdly underrepresented in modern video games. And you're like, oh, Will, but what about all these ninjas? Oh, yeah, how many ninja games do we get every year? What was the last ninja game we had? Sekiro. When did that come out? Before Elden Ring. Now, why are these games so hard to make? Well, the Ninja Gaiden 2D game that was absolutely fucking gorgeous. We did get that in the last few years. But when you think about comparably how many games we have about, you know, being a Slavic stalker in the apocalypse, or being a, you know, military shooter guy who either looks like a thumb or like a Brad. You know? Stealth games are hard to make. Well, no, stealth games are easy to make, they're hard to make fun. Cowboy games are hard because horses are a fucking bastard to animate. And pirates, you know, anything involving large amounts of water is always a absolute hellscape to get working, right? Yeah, well, so Chonorus, that's the thing that's so wild about it, is that, like, Far Far West is set to do gangbusters. Windrose is doing fucking great. Someone's gonna make an indie ninja game that's probably going to make, all money. And it's just... You know what it is? It's so frustrating because for the last, like, 4 or 5 years, it is not... The people at the top understand business and they know how to make business work. It is that the people at the top are so disconnected from what games people are actually buying, and they are focusing on such a specific subset of business that does not translate, and yet missing this, you know, easy free real estate. Alnis, you should do it and make all the money doing it. Averick, I know what you mean. Where Warframe is now and where it intended to be in the beginning, it's whether you could call it a ninja or sci-fi ninja game, I don't think so. But it doesn't matter. Warframe is a creature all its own. It is a kinetic, you know, eccentric, movement-based third-person action game. But ninjas play free.
Sorry if you're looking for your eyes, they are not at the Lost and Found. They might be where this non-existing mug store claims to be.
I know the mug store is real, Akari, and you can't convince me otherwise. Thank you for the 200, mate. Okay. But no, it's just like, Far Far West is, on paper, such a simple concept. 4-player co-op, cowboys. Oh man, cowboys and horses sure are hard to animate. What if we make them robot cowboys? Robot cowboys without... I'll have to show you in the video where I can. Robot cowboys with floating arms. Like, you'll get just how much time is saved by having the varying weapons just be floating hands, like a VR game, right? You know, with Project Silverfish, because there is not lizard hands to animate operating the guns, the amount of time that saves... I mean, Jonas, you're 100% right. Meanwhile, if they were actually good at business, they would have their Roblox competitors in development, and they would have a team putting out games like this. But nah, they want... What they want us to make something like this inside their robot cone. They want us to do all of the work so they can have all of the money. You know? Actually, on the subject of other, like, news stuff, so, admittedly, it was a fucking, I was a fight bot, which was extremely funny. But I did get an AI reply bot in my mentions about NFTs and shit like that. And what I was talking about is how the reason why the CE Bro sphere was so hot on NFTs was this idea of, like, sure, they'd still have to make a game, but then we'd be selling things back and forth from each other, putting more and more money into their pockets while they do nothing. And then when they're bored, they can just pull the currency and do a runner. Sorry. So, the thing we talked about last week with Peter Molyneux, Ars Technica did a big old article on it, which I can't claim credit for, but I feel like I might have inspired. That, yo, Peter Molyneux's not really our friend. Like, he's been kind of spinning a horseshit story about what happened with Legacy, his NFT game. And he was saying that, you know, he didn't really like it, but it paid for the new game, Masters of Albion. Gala Games said, actually, no, we fucking paid you to make this game. You got paid up front, and you made money from those NFT sales. Oh, and what were the NFTs? Land deeds. Users spent a cumulative, at least as according to the articles I have read, 54 million USD on speculative land in Molyneux's last game, Legacy. Let that money go, Peter. Where's the money gone? And look, if Master of Albion is good and people are enjoying it, fuck yeah. Have your fun. I'm just not going to reinforce this narrative that Peter Molyneux is this, you know, this old guy who's been beaten down by the games industry, but he's got one last time. He's a multi-bloody millionaire who was happy to flog us NFTs last year. Last year is when it closed down. Where's the money, Lebowski? You know what, Shaunarus, you make an excellent point that being a land baron has always been the winning strategy to all of Molyneux's games. Oh, and Simple Chaos thought in Silverfish the player was using a relic that gave him, like, gun-only telekinesis. Yeah, that's probably it. Which one? If you didn't hear that, friends, Jess is currently playing one of my favorite games called Does Will Have It in His Wish List? An ongoing adventure where we see, does Will have this in his wish list? Ooh, you okay? Oh, this looks cool.
Yeah, it's already.
Oh, Chronoscript. Yeah. Okay. So, for the rest of game news, because we got through the fun shit. There was an interesting doubleheader. PlayStation is having a bad time. And again, like, we are not in the console wars anymore. You know, Xbox can get fucked. There is no, like, there's not a two-sides conflict designed to help sell stuff as stoked by games retail. However, last week, PlayStation implemented a new DRM method whereby you have to log into the internet every 30 days after the last time you used a digital game to be able to continue playing it. So if you downloaded your games and then took your PlayStation 5 or 4 offline, you have 30 days that you're allowed to play that before you have to, like, log back in again. Now, that's a big old inconvenience, but, like, I mean, they already got rid of PT, so fuck them. But then what's really interesting is that the PlayStation 5 is about to get another price hike. For everyone based in South Korea and Southeast Asia, it's going to go up by 43% on top of what it already costs, which is on top of the price increases from earlier in the year and last year. For the rest of us, it's going up by 27%. What the fuck? What the fuck? Now, I understand the global reasonings for it. I understand why that is happening, but it doesn't make it any less scary. Oh, now, this one isn't technically video games, but I thought you might enjoy this one. GitHub's Copilot, the vibe coding tool, is going to be crunking their prices. So anyone that actually was a fool and started using GitHub Copilot or has become reliant on it, congratulations! They can't wait any longer before they start cranking the prices because it's burning money. So, and Scotty, watto and welcome. And one of the other things that's been interesting that I did want to show you all, flipping between my varying screens. So Essenbox launched officially today. It has launched to mixed reviews. For those who don't know, so Essenbox is, for all intents and purposes, God, I hate this mic. For all intents and purposes, is Gary's Mod 2. You and the homies, with your funky looking sausage faces. Okay, you're supposed to be here. Can create your own experiences very similar to Gary's mod. The change on this, though, is that you can export your game as your own thing. So currently you can create your own titles, publish them within the environment, and other people can play them, much like a Roblox environment. But unlike Roblox, you will be able to publish your game as your game. So if you accidentally make the next big thing, it's yours. Oh, jumping back. So Chonra says that apparently Linus Tech Tips has a theory on the whole PlayStation 5 price hike, that they don't know what's going to happen with the Rampocalypse. So they're going to raise the price on the PS5, so when they have to ship the PS6, they can price it somewhere around the PS5 price band without having to switch. So they can essentially set a price point for the next console now, so it doesn't seem like such a huge leap into the air. Oh, sorry, yeah, and jumping back to that GitHub Copilot, yeah, no, they're charging for tokens instead of paying per month. So every time you use it, regardless of how much it costs, regardless of what it does, you're burning money. Let me tell you, businesses hate token models. I don't know if you saw yesterday, the thing that I shared in Schadenfreude was a team that were using Cloud for their programming stuff. The AI tool wiped all their code and all their backups. I found this incredibly funny because they paid for the privilege. So, the Magic the Gathering Arena devs unionized, which is just a woo moment. And as you would only ever use it for legitimate and legal means, never for piracy or otherwise, I can happily tell you that Z-SNES, or Z-SNES, if you're nasty, has a new version out after a squillion years. Super Z-SNES. A whole bunch of features, whole bunch of improvements. Let's fucking go. The new variant of the Steam controller is out. It's $100. Personally, the Steam controller wasn't my jam, but I know for a lot of people it's been a really good accessibility one. And $100 for a controller, as long as it doesn't fucking keel over, isn't awful. I have been going, like, since I haven't been able to afford the Xbox Elites, I've just been going for cheaper and cheaper controllers, which, you know, that Powerade controller, it died. That didn't last a year. The previous, like, wired Xbox pads, they keel over. You know, if $100 for a Steam controller means it works for, like, 3 or 4 years, then let's fucking go. Currently, I'm using a fucking Turtle Beach wired controller, and it's fine. It is what I can afford. Personally, again, like, if I had $100 to spend on a controller, I'd probably save the extra, like, 50 and get the Elite. It'd be rad. Okay, there isn't really much to be saying on the subject of the whole Enter the Gungeon thing. Just, friends, if you ever reach the point of, you know, your game is doing or has done okay, never shit on somebody else's game. Hoffers, you know, look, right now, I just need cash to make rent and not die. I am more than happy to live cheap and live fast as long as I can do this for longer. I do not need a $150 controller. But I know what you're saying, and I am not baiting or otherwise. Anyway, getting derailed here. So, over the weekend, there was an interview with one of the Enter the Gungeon creators, and they started talking about how, you know, they really hate the way in which roguelikes are going, and that, you know, things like Balatro and like Coin Pit, they aren't real roguelikes. You know, they're just kind of like gambling machines or what have you. I can find the article if you all want to give it a look. Honestly, there's nothing really to it. Just one, no one in the history of video games has ever been infused by anyone's gatekeeping of what is or is not a roguelike. The term roguelite, and those who insist upon using it, is always a very good example of someone whose opinion is not really worth listening to. Oh yeah, it was Balatro and Vampire Survivors. And what was really frustrating as well was, like, Enter the Gungeon was big back when it was much easier to be a big indie. And one of the things that I think that Vampire Survivors does very well is that whole thing where the game pauses and you pick which upgrade you want next gives you a moment of breath, a moment of respite, so that you can then continue with the action. I think that the fact that Vampire Survivor sessions are either 20 or 30 minutes is quite long, but you have those breaks, which is really fucking cool. And to dismiss that shows a real misunderstanding of the genre that you're supposed to be an aficionado on, you know? Yeah, Alnus, absolutely. And you know what? It's not like we've seen the Slay the Spire people running around talking about how everybody else who does a deck builder is fucking, you know, an idiot and dumb. Never talk shit about other people's games, because it never goes the way you hope it will. Alright? Because, like, I haven't really heard or thought of Enter the Gungeon in a long time. This is the first thing I'm hearing? Nah, homie. Bad luck. Oh, the team that made Bulletstorm bought another game studio. There are two video game stories that directly pertain to real life shit. I don't know if we actually want to get into them. Look, I'll talk about them very quickly, but to quote DJ Coil, do not get the Discord subpoenaed. The reason we have nothing in ASCII is for exactly this kind of conversation. Okay, over here in the US, an individual attempted to rush the White House Correspondents' Dinner with several weapons. There were lots of conflicting reports at the time, which happened while I was streaming, which threw me for a fucking loop. Wait, no, it was while you were streaming. Yeah, during Gremlin Day. I'm not going to get into the specifics of it. There are loads of places you can get better informed information. But what we did find out is that the individual who was apprehended did have a game on Steam. That game spiked in sales and basically became kind of the troll meme location. Valve since pulled the game from sale and has purged everything, like every review, or at least every review prior to the launch day ones, of which there were 3 from friends going, this game's okay. The Steam forums around that game have been completely purged, with a few workarounds that people managed to sneak through, but like, shit is wild. One of the reasons why I think today has been such a quiet news day is because yesterday and today I think everyone has been expecting another round of basically video game scapegoating, which, at least to my knowledge, has not come yet. Yeah. Sorry to have to bring that one up, but that one's wild. And yeah, everything around the Fortnite cosmetics is wild. That a singer who is currently being charged with murder of a child has... Here's the thing. The information around this changes wildly from place to place, and I haven't been able to check it myself. Some news sources have said that this individual's cosmetics have been pulled. Others are saying that they've not been pulled, but you can now request a no... like, you can just request a refund and you'll get it. The individual's music is still in the game. Like, this is not a space where we tend to talk about, like, you know, real-world politics stuff or real-world drama stuff. Not because it's not valid, but because, like, the fuck do I know about this stuff? I only know who this person is because Jess told me. And it's bad. It's bad. See, Verdon asked him, wait, what happened to Ariana Grande? I don't know anything about that person, so I don't even want to joke. Do we like Ariana Grande? Okay. Look, when you told me about Megan Thee Stallion, I had to just be like, look, do we like Megan Thee Stallion? All I know about that individual, apart from what you've now told me, is that they're a huge anime fan, including a Jujutsu Kaisen Gojo cosplay as one of their stage performances. Good on them. But it's this interesting thing of games became one of the dominant art mediums, or commercial art mediums on the planet. And so, you know, an individual doing a very bad murder who has representative cosmetics and music tracks in one of the biggest games is a thing that crosses into our territory. Alanis was saying all they know about Ariana Grande is that for whatever reason was in the Final Fantasy mobile game and thus theoretically has contacts with Sephiroth. Ariana Grande is to Final Fantasy what I am to Sonic. I think that's amusing. And I think that's it for the game news for the last couple of days. Again, shout out to everybody working on Magic the Gathering Arena who actually managed to get a proper union together. That can't have been easy. For those of you who are really enjoying Power Wash Simulator 2, The next DLC is going to be Star Wars. I don't hate it. Oh, sorry, I didn't finish my thought on the Gary's Mod 2. Basically, it's currently under siege by people just pumping out like AI slop stuff as fast as possible. And Gary's like, yeah, nah, we're going through with the shotgun. The Essen box, okay, it's supposed to be S and box because it's an ampersand. I refuse to call it that. It's Essen box. In the same way that the forum will always be the forum. Don't try and pull that horse shit with me. That was all. Gary's mod, Essen box. Gary's mod 2 does not need to make crazy money off the jump. Power Simulator is gonna take Star Wars, make it look like Star Trek. Shiny and clean. Trying to think if there's anything else in video game releases to put on your radar. Like, I think that's the big one. Friends, I cannot state how much of a success Far Far West is right now. Like, I probably won't be streaming it because, like, there has been an uptick in reviews. There's been over 150 positive reviews in the time since I last showed you this trailer in today's stream. And the thing about Far Far West is it seems like I'm just laboring the point, right? But you know in your heart of hearts why this is a game that people would want to play. It's cowboy robots versus skeletons. It's a fun thing that you could say to the homies like, hey, can we just play this for a night? It's Deep Rock Galactic, it's Killing Floor, it's Anacrusis, it's fun. And at a time when I don't know about you, I'm sick to the back teeth of being told by large international multi-fuckery companies that, no, here's what you really want. And being like, no, I want this. You know, there was a time when large companies were bringing us games that we hadn't seen and didn't know we wanted, and those were great times. Those are not these times. Oh yeah, new Moomin game. If Moomins don't scare you, then fuck yeah. I think I went through this. So like Japanese indie titles, I think. Yeah, I went through these ones. Yeah. And honestly, like the Moomin Troll games, the Moomin games have just been releasing sensibly budgeted titles that look gorgeous. They understand their audience, they understand what they're making. Like, this is the kind of fucking game to study. You know what it is? It rubbed me up the fucking wrong way. Was it GI.biz? Where was it? Oh yeah, here we go. It was a feature on GI.biz. Why publishers and investors are increasingly backing user-generated games over conventional ones. Like, and the same day that we're seeing, like, the shit show of Mind's Eye. Now, why don't we make user-generated content games? Because you have to make 2 fucking games. You have to make a game that is interesting and engaging enough that people want to play, that then has all the tools that allow people to then create their own games in that space. Yes, VR chat did great. Yes, Roblox has been doing wonders. Sorry, I mean, it's a force of evil that turns childhood into money. Turns child creativity into Robux in the same way that a sweatshop turns child fingers into coins, but that's another story. Roblox succeeded because there wasn't anything else and it ran on a potato. And it was able to just exist with no competition, right? Fortnite is Fortnite because they put a battle royale mode in that everybody wanted to play. You know, the Fortnite creative environments are fine. I don't know if they're actually like generating revenue, and the folks that know wouldn't be able to see. But like, it is once again that, yes, the concept of the business of it, I can understand why it would make, you know, hyper-capitalist business wankers salivate themselves. Because, like, holy shit, you make a game once, you don't make DLC, but the users make DLC, and then they sell it to each other, and you take a cut of the money. You literally... You're literally just farming other people's creations for a cut. You're doing a Steam within a Steam. You know, and then, oh, you can sell them cosmetics. You can sell them microtransactions on top of that. Roblox has a fucking season pass. For fuck's sake. Sorry. Where's my tiny kettle? But the thing is, that doesn't work in the environment because the user's already in that point. And much like we've seen again and again, you can't just make a World of Warcraft. Because you need to be able to create something on par with World of Warcraft as it is now, not as it was when it launched. Or have the resources to support it to get to the point where it can. But business capital doesn't want that, they want it instantly. And yet, here we see Moomin games and cowboy games doing real good. Now, this Moomin game launched yesterday. It has just under 50 reviews. This will not hit the thousands upon thousands this week. But you know what this will do? This will sell copies every month for as long as Steam exists. Right? This is the kind of game that people go, fuck yeah, I might pick this up later. See, actually I'm gonna add to my wish list. Because fuck yeah, I might pick this up later. You know? Yeah, the previous game, the previous Moomin game, 1,700 reviews in 2 years. That's good. That's selling. That means it is selling solid, like, week in, week out. Yeah. I mean, the reason Gary's mod can do it is because they'd already did it. You know, for a while, Gary's mod was the place where people made stuff creatively. And the fact that it's going to have, like, export features and things like that, you know. Like, I'm not saying that Gary as a bloke is perfect and wonderful with no flaws, but this is a good guy business move. And it's one of the reasons why I do spend my time reading things like gi.biz, reading those, like, transcripts of, like, monthly financials and shit like that, because the business side is so disconnected, and then they turn around and do surprise peek face when, you know, the games aren't selling. Anyway, I think that's it for games news. I didn't have anything else that popped up on my feeds that was a must. Like I said, I think everyone's just been kind of I think everyone was just waiting for something to pop off. I did see the article about Monument Valley 3 and them saying, like, you know, we shouldn't get comfortable with the idea of having full-term employees, and it's like, why would you say that? There are a lot of teams that rotate people and or use a lot of contractors, and that's not great. But I do appreciate a lot of those teams are like, oh yeah, no, if we make it big, we're gonna have people on full time. That's the dream. That's the goal. If Strange Scaffold suddenly makes like outer sloth money or inner sloth money, all those people are getting full-time employment. For those who aren't aware, Strange Scaffold, a lot of their titles, the people are on that project for that project, right? Aside from Zalavir and I think maybe one other person, there isn't anyone who's on it all the time. But also, those games don't make bank. They do okay. They do well, right? And they have signed some deals that has allowed them to give people a little bit more stability. But, you know, to hear the team behind Monument Valley say that, like, hey, maybe get fucked? Hey, maybe get fucked, right? Monument Valley is not a small, plucky game. Do you know how much cash Monument Valley made on mobile? And to that end, I will say this for Strange Scaffold. Calling your game... Oh! Wait, why does it not have a... Where is the Truck Coon in Another World? Has it not? Okay, well, I'll just show you this from Zalavir's socials. Why is this not up on Steam?
I realized the first time. Y'all don't...
I'm gonna. Anyway, so this is the next game that Strange Scaffold have cooking. It is a game where you play the truck from the beginning of every isekai. And what you have to do is careen this truck around town, smashing into people and objects. The people become monsters so that your little hero can fight them and get stronger. And the objects become either power or items. It looks like it's going to be fucking fun. Why is it not on Steam? Son of it! My brother in video games. Why can I not tell people? Okay. Anyway, it's just Strange Scaffold have this methodology of making games because a lot of them have been like smaller projects that would not be able to sustain a whole squad over years, which is fine. But it's not Monument motherfucking Valley. Whoa. Burden, you think Zalavir might be a nerd? Wild. Oh, and the other thing is, friends, if you didn't see the rumblings, I Am Your Beast is going to be getting more content. I don't know if it's going to be paid DLC. I don't know if it's just going to be a title update. But the John Wick of the Woods is getting more stuff. I've been working my way through the support group DLC just to try and get like the full got that dog in me clear. And I haven't started doing the hallucinations editions. Thank you, Scotty. I just thought that on the fly. I'm quite proud of that one. This is not necessarily a great game to stream, but I will say it has Twitch integration where all the little minions are named after people watching, which I thought was very funny. Was ironic which of you killed me the most. Shitaru, Watto, and welcome. Anyway, I Am Your Beast is very good. Might be one of the best shooters. Steph, you shouldn't be getting surprise ads. It should only be adverts when you come on in. I've not changed the ad settings on this. Because I figure you all know me, right? So,
Stop that incessant clicking.
oh, so it like gives it a second before. Fuck. Well, Simple Chaos. Seriously, thank you for doing that. These days, House Carl are the supporters more than the hunters. I really appreciate it, seriously. Because fucking hell, adverts are terrible these days. Okay, like I said, I didn't see anything else games-wise to be talking about. Now we're all here and we're all jump in. I hope whatever you all been playing this weekend was real good. I did switch my Arena Breakout over to Steam because I want Chivos. Because, like, look, Arena Breakout is not a game that you necessarily need to play, but it's one that I am. And, you know, I like my downtime shooty gun bang. Oh, Scotty, that's really fucking kind of you as well. Alright.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Scotty, you fucking ledge, thank you. Because look, House Carl, you lot kick a lot of ass. Even with the huge downturn and stuff, we're still kicking at 191 homies. Thank you. As I said earlier, me and Jess watched the movie adaptation of The Mortuary's Assistant last night. It's fine. It's fine. It wasn't boring, and I do feel like there's a lot of things that I personally would have wanted to change to keep it more in keeping with the game. But, you know, do you know what it isn't? Borderlands. I've still got Borderlands on my to-watch list, and I'm not looking forward to it. I kind of hope that when I find a copy of Company of Heroes, I can inflict that one on caffeine as well. But there's still a few good ones to look forward to. I know I've said this multiple times, but the Neko Atsumi movie, I'm really looking forward to that because it seems so cute. It's about a woman who lives in the inner city Tokyo, and she's not allowed pets in her apartment, but she ends up putting out food for the stray cats around the area, and so she falls in love, and then her and her boyfriend have to do this kind of like mad cat hide the cats from the landlord adventure. I'm like, fuck yeah. What are the other stinkers on my list? Dead Trigger, based on a Mobage. Oh, I've got to rewatch Assassin's Creed. That movie was such fucking garbage. I am looking forward to rewatching Silent Hill. I'm not looking forward to watching Dead or Alive. Or Max Payne for that fucking matter, because it's bloody Marky Mark. The Tekken and Tekken 2 might be just so bad they're good, but one I am looking forward to is the Yakuza game. The Yakuza movie, not the series. Because it's directed by Takeshi Miike, who also did the Ace Attorney movie. Oh yeah, no, Rod Sir, I went deep into the paint. For those who don't know, I made a master list of every live-action adaptation video game movie, and I've been working my way through them. It was supposed to be like a binge watch, but it's turned into my, like, I don't know, my mountain to climb. The thing is, I have to rewatch ones I've already seen as well. So, like, on here, I've got Far Cry the movie, which is fucking bad. But I've actually seen that, like, 9 times. House of the Dead 1 and 2, Alone in the Dark 1 and 2. Oof. And that one is... those are bad. What's really funny is when you encounter a sequel to an Uwe Boll movie that isn't even directed by him. Looking at you, Dungeon Siege. Oh, I've got to do Postal. But then I get to rewatch Mortal Kombat. I was making notes on each of them, but I guess I kind of stopped. And I've got the Paul W.S. Anderson Resident Evil block to do at some point, which is actually good. I'm probably thinking, Will, how can you call the 2002 Resident Evil movie good? Because recently Jess and I watched Welcome to Raccoon City, which might be not only one of the worst adaptations, but one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Oh yeah, and I've still got Double Dragon. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cap it with the original Mario Brothers movie. I think that'll be my grand finale. Because I shat on that movie as a youngling. And now, after having gone through so much, I'm like, nah. And Rodser, Uwe Boll might have been able to be a good director if he'd wanted to. I'm not going to say that Rampage is a good movie, but there's a few scenes in it that are cinematic genius. Content warnings for Rampage. Not Rampage, the one with The Rock. Rampage is about a guy who goes on a shooting spree. They ended up doing a bunch of sequels that were awful. And yeah, Shitaru. I also remember when the whole, after The Ring got big internationally, and a lot of the anime publishing labels started picking up Japanese horror, and so Audition, Aichi the Killer, a bunch of those, messed up ones, were all kind of, under the same label. There's a bunch of his films I want to go back to, because, I watched them as a young weeb, because everyone was like, oh, shock factor. And now it's like, oh, actually, some of these were genius and some of these were terrible. His adaptation of Blade of the Immortal is fucking good, though. And Dice, Watto, and welcome. The only one I will say is I guess, Uwe Boll is neither a good person or a terrible one. There was one particular journo that talked shit about all of his movies, and so Uwe Boll actually challenged him to a boxing match, and the guy, being full of himself, accepted. Turns out, Mr. the Boll used to box semi-professionally, and handed this man his ass. A great example of talk shit, get hit. But, there's loads of things we know about Uwe Boll. The majority of his movies were about the tax breaks you could get in, I believe it was Germany. I don't generally advocate for violence as a solution to problems, but I do when it's funny. That is Rule 3, subsection B, unless it's funny. Again, we don't tend to talk about real-world stuff, but watching one of the Paul brothers get his jaw shattered, I think that's some guilt-free Schadenfreude right there. But that's another story. And yeah, no, I think that's it for Vidya Gamery News. Yeah, the Mind's Eye stuff just still cracking me up. Yeah, and Rodser, look, I will not deny that the Something Awful forums had an impact on digital culture that is worth discussing. And they were not nearly as bad as some of the other groups that would spawn up in their wake, but I'm not sad to see any of them take a fucking fist to the jaw. And Simple Chaos, completely unrelated. I've noticed one of my most listened to songs this year is called On the Day It Finally Happens. Oh, I just feel all warm and tingly. Remember, nothing in ASCII, and don't get the Discord subpoenaed. I was trying to think if there's... You know what, there is something else that I did want to natter with you all about, but it has completely dropped out of my noggin. No, I really think that's about it. Shout out to Nick and the homies on the Killing Stone for getting a Penny Arcade shout out. I don't know if that still has the effect of pushing the needle, but it's lovely to hear. Yes, don't be the reason we have a new rule. Yeah. Oh, and just oh, and just as an FYI, friends, if you want the video game master list to make a copy of and do your own, there you have it. Okay, so we'll do Longship stuff, and then it's Rain World time. So, this week, I'll be honest with you, I did forget about the game club.
Behind every health and safety sign Terry's usually a good story.
Yeah. And then some. Scotty, thank you for the 200, friend. So I don't know what we're gonna do with that one. Like, aside from Yeti, like, how many of you have been engaging with the game club? Because I think that's one to have a discussion about. Because I don't know if I can do a game about I don't know if I could do a game about grief right the fuck now. Valley Peaks fucking destroyed me last week. I had to end stream. And I know that seems dumb, like, Valley Peaks, it's a climbing game, but it was just that whole, like, narrative of, like, your dad's dead, and everyone's like, oh my god, your dad was so cool. And I just wanted to stop punching frogs. I was both upset and angry afterwards, if you could imagine. Anyway, so the current plan is, and this may change, for this week. Today, Rain World. We're just about to enter Vulture Alley. Yeah, frogs have genuinely been very pro Longship, which is, you know, feels bad. Yes, Rain World today. We're just about to get to a section with a crap load of vultures, which we kind of dabbled in at the end of last week, but that was mostly me a little bit loopy, just fucking loving being back in Rain World. Assuming we don't change anything for Wednesday, for tomorrow, I currently have Idols of Ash set up, which is a mega structure archaeological, like, grapple hook climbing game, which I picked up last week and has actually since done very well. It is still weird and it is still indie, and it looks like this. And Catastros, you're right. Look, I don't want to talk about real world shit too hard, alright? But I'll say this, like, shit is very difficult right now, and I can't afford days off. You know, taking that Friday, stopping playing Valley Peaks was the right call. because either I was going to get very upset or I was going to get irrationally angry at the game, which that's not how we do. We get angry at games when it's, you know, when it's funny or when that's what they're trying to evoke. You know, I was about to get fucking mad at a frog doing a climb. However, because of that and other days, like, things are very tough. And I still owe you all from Snareway last year. So yeah. That's the reality of streaming, right? You have to be there. And I've not been there for too long. And it shows. Anyway. So this is Idols of Ash that we'll be dancing with on Wednesday, unless we change that. Then, Thursday is Blueprints. Now, I don't know how many more streams of Blueprints we have left. In the last episode, we had a big moment. So I'm just sitting in my seat being like, is it Thursday yet? Is it Thursday yet? Let me show you what I've got planned for Friday. This is... I can't wait. This is Horsey Game. This is the only horse racing game you need to care about. You ever seen a horse genetically blended with a truck? You're going to. It is a physics-based... it is a, sorry, not physics-based, it is a procedural animation horse racing game. Rodser, I mean, that's why you have me. Like, I have the advanced computer systems to be able to run a game with this level of graphics. This is what we will be doing on Friday night. Horse sumo, horse racing, omni-legged super horse. So I will need you all, predominantly for horse names. And then, okay, the pièce de résistance this Saturday will be the return of the rock, paper, scissors throwdown. Last year, for Longship Day, we had a rock, paper, scissors tournament, and it was powerful. And I have been saying that we would return to it. Well, now we're gonna. There will be 16 slots available. You are all welcome to join in and take it as seriously or as unseriously as you will. If you weren't there for the last one, the way it works is that I'll ask either Caffeine or Moose or some of the squad to be our official revealer. You get one pull. You will decide, obviously between rock, paper, and scissors. You will then message that to Caffeine, and Caffeine will reveal both, or Moose, or whoever is available on Saturday. If it ends up being me, then someone will have to basically play like Stunt Will. You are free to pick up characters, to adopt characters, backstories, grudges, or personas. I have not worked out what the prize will be yet, but it will be something. Last time it was an Any-When Dab. For this time, who knows? It is going to be a lot, and I really hope you all will join in. Rod said last time it was fucking wild. It was only supposed to be like a little throwaway game. And jumping back, Chaunerus. So Chaunerus was saying that with the game club, from the outside, it looks like they've been picking difficult games or games with difficult experiences to drive comments and conversations. Yeah. And it's been tricky because the last one was a game we already played, which was Just Crow Things, which was very funny, but it was like, we've already had that conversation. But some of the games previously, like Anodyne 2, Anodyne 2 was just me getting angry at a game live. And the one previously, the time looping game, I'm still angry about it. Like, there's a bit in the ending where the bad guy the supposed bad guy, who's based on a real world musician, says, because it's the big finale to the game. There is a huge machine that is going to grant wishes and change stuff. And he's playing lo-fi beats. And the main character goes, what are you listening to? And he's like, oh, it's called lo-fi. Haven't you heard of it? Which is so clearly a narrative pasting for a lack of any original music for that last segment. Alleged, if you want to make a training montage, you can. But it's all about what happens in the ring. That's for your own battle promotion. Jesus, but no, you can't have a physical piece of me. Okay. So, friends, I think that's all of it. I think for game news, for Longship news, for everything, I think we're up to date. Who's ready to see some slug cats get fucking murdered? Oh, and we are once again going to be the #1 Rainworld stream on twitch.television. I mean, it's Rainworld, so we can keep nattering about, like, whatever at the same time. I guess, sorry, jumping back to what Chornerus was saying and things like that is, Guy, who's one of the people who runs the game club, is a friend. Rob, who picks the games for the game club, is also someone I would consider to be a friend. Oh, Zeke, Watto and welcome. Whether or not it's something that fits for us, that fits for the Longship, is an important discussion, right? Because it's not about me, it's about us. I'll talk about any fucking game until the cows come home. But, like, as we've discussed loads of times, some games make for great streams, some games make for terrible streams. That doesn't mean the game is necessarily good or bad. You know what, I'm gonna leave that mask there. Let's see if we can cause some trouble. Oh, I'm not here. Rack up some kills. Russo, what do you mean? Oh. Okay, bye. Can bank a few kills today. We can be the cool kids. Oh no, this is a bad place. This is a bad place! Fuck. Yeah, you better run. Oh! Mask, costume, Halloween. Okay, okay. I missed the connective tissue there. Oh, no, you don't. There we go. 2 kills off the bat. If anyone would like to compliment me on how good I am at Rainworld, you can start any moment now. I don't know if you all heard the boo from the background there. You saying boo or boo-earns? Yeah, those are the rot infected ones, and they are not having a good time. Scotty, did you win the Squillions? Are we all now free from this life of poverty? Oh, and for those of you who haven't seen a lot of Rain World, just feel free to ask me if you want to know about any of the different bits. Oh, shit. No! Fuck! Oh, wait, let's see if I can get away. Nope. Ah, poo. Alright, and let's turn on the death counter. Because you don't need a death counter if you don't die. Then he dies. Okay, so Pink, I'm going to tell you this now. This is Rain World. I love this game. This is one of the most...
Wowee, will you sure a great at rain were never mind then.
Thank you, Simple Chaos. This is one of the most brutal games that you can play. It looks like a cutie patootie platformer. It is an ecology simulation game where you are not top of the food chain.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
90!
90?
Yeah. 90 days. That's 90 whole days there, Skynix. And as I am very good at mathematics, that is exactly how much. Oh, okay. On the plus side, at least the pink lizards don't get on. Sorry, I guess we are a slug cat. Those lizards are desperate to eat us. They have the weird tentacles they have coming out of them are due to a special kind of rot that has infected them. If they die, there is a chance that they will turn into basically a nightmarish rot creature that kind of moves like a tentacled thing beast. There's 4 of them. Oh no. Yeah, so Rodser, actually, the Rain World Downpour AGDQ run was our friend Iced. I just gotta hope that these guys hate each other more than they want to eat me. These guys are territorial as shit. And that's death! Oh, come on.
That was the bad place.
That was the bad place. Friends, I don't know how to tell you this, but I think there might be too many vultures in Vulture Alley. And with each of... Oh, okay. See how it then turned into a tentacle monster? The vulture snapped the lizard's neck, but then the rot inside became a living nightmare. Okay. We are now at 30 deaths. And I did not manage to get my karma flower, so... I mean, maybe Jamami. I personally feel like seeing how that creature changed, the vulture managed to get it back up to its little lair, and then that thing just unfurled and ate its face like a, knockoff xenomorph. Catastros, that is lovely advice. You know that I won't follow that. I will fight everything. I am a slug cat. But thank you. It's good to catch up. Glad to hear the library business isn't keeping you too busy. He'll eat your face, like in that movie, Face Off. Just gotta remember where the,
Slug cats, agile parkour masters, expert spear throwers, seekers of hanging fruit. And according to the locals, very tasty.
Yeah, the aggression with which a large proportion of these creatures try and eat slug cats does lead me to believe that they must be incredibly tasty. Yeah. Yeah, you see how that one is actually moving around and attacking with its tendrils? Even though it seems to have lost that fight. Those are incredibly hard to beat because the tendrils can block a spear. And if they do, then the main guy takes no damage. Oh shit. Leave me alone. You can have the lizard. Eat the lizard. Actually, you know what? Why am I even trying to fight that guy? But I don't mean to tell you your business, Akari, but I would say that 5 eyes is too many eyes. Okay. We haven't quite eaten enough to sleep, though. That's any problem. That's cool. Oh, almost. Damn it. Oh, I got one. Okay. I'm just trying to get as much of a full belly as we can. There should be a shelter up this way. I'm not using the Rain World maps yet. But I reserve the right to later on if things get hella complicated. Was there anyone who wasn't in for last week who wants to know what we are heading towards in our new Rain World run? I mean, I guess it's not like it's a massive secret. Ooh, that was really bad. The TLDR is with the Watcher that we are playing now. Since launch, they've actually added more. I don't like that noise. They've actually added additional endings to the game, including one which is now considered the canonical ending. We did the first 2 when we played it before. Including the, what was it, 50-hour super mission of the Prince of Rot. And now is time to properly finish the Watcher. I almost didn't see him there. You take me for a fool of a slug cat. I just saw the little wisp of purple there, just above where I was heading. So clever. You don't remember if I got the dog ending or not. That's the question. Could one do a vegan run of Rain World? Absolutely. Not with every character, mind you, but I think the monk is strictly vegetarian. Yeah, I can't make that jump. All right. To the great game Dota. We were just talking about that the other day. It's interesting that it still seems to have my... It still seems to have my memory of this area, so I wonder if there's anything going on. I can't remember. Can... Oh, no, you can't do it because the Spearmaster can't eat popcorn. Okay, now we're good. I almost fucked that up, but we're okay. Okay, we're going up, but at what cost? Is that two vultures that have gotten themselves stuck together? Okay. Well, vultures aren't usually the most collaborative of friends. Right, you two can continue doing whatever the ruddy hell it is you're supposed to be doing. I am just going to head up. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't think the Spearmaster can eat popcorn. Because you can spear the popcorn to open it, but, you know, bless his little murdery self. I think he can only... Alright. Yeah, Tim. As well. Let's get a little bedtime snack. Rather than be the bedtime snack. Okay. Oh. Well, that is fascinating. You know what it was, though? With the Spearmaster, I was on such a kill rampage. I never had to worry about food, because either we went to sleep with a full belly, or I died. There was nothing... Okay. I mean that for the drastic oversimplification that it sounds like, but yeah. I wonder if it's worth getting our karma to max now. Because I don't think we have to get our karma to max to be able to hang with the... Alright, well that's where we're headed. Yeah, so yeah, from here we don't really need max karma, we just need to make it the long way down. You're not my dad. You're a vulture. Oh! Nearly got me. Nope. 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 Little buddy, I need you to... There we go. Okay, I remember where we are now. Alright. So, Rodser, yes, anything you leave in the shelter, you get to reclaim later. Fuck. Good news is, they can't climb vertically like that. Now, will they try and follow me out, or will they go this way? Okay, currently they're too busy fighting over the opportunity to eat me. Okay. He's got laser. Okay, I want to say it's the top one. Yeah, here we go. Now I just have to not get eaten by ambush lizards or gigantic vultures. But yeah, I don't know if I finished that previous thought due to fear and apex predator. Well, he's not going to be in Rain World 2. He wasn't quite as... camouflage as he thought he was. But yeah, so the two additional endings that were added to the Watcher are what we're going for at the moment. Because those just weren't in... There we go. Those weren't in-game when we started. Okay. There we go. Nothing quite like doing mushrooms and then talking to a being outside of time. That's a good Tuesday in my book. Obviously, we'd never condone the use of illegal substances on this Twitch.television. Just hope I can make this jump. Okay, we're all right. We're all right. Tell me you all saw that, right? Ah! It is this thing. Have you really not been eaten? Well, 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 well. Not in this strand, no. But don't be too proud. I can see your reflections, yes. Behold, chomped by a flying thing. Torn to ribbons by a crawling thing. Pulled to the earth by a wiggling thing. A world of teeth and claws and beaks and pressure and acids. Forever where and forever when. So Jamami, I think what that was, I think that was a super vulture plummeting to its death. Okay. Alright, come on, buddy. Need you to wake up. Alright. Okay, welcome to the Sun-Baked Alley. I forget what the deal is with this place. Oh shit, I didn't see them there. Oh no, okay. So yeah, now we're kind of getting into the game proper. Now we'll be moving... Okay. Okay. I'm proud of that one. Alright, Favor 6, you can have your 5. And then I am... Oh, not dead somehow. Okay, now I'm dead. 31. I'm gonna nip to the loo because I've had 3 coffees. So you can have your 5 squats. If any of you would like a tea or a coffee or something like that, you need to get it yourself. Okay. All right, friends. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh, okay. All right, friendos. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, hello, hello. Right, friends, Rainworld enthusiasts, we are at the start of our run, Sun-Baked Alley. Okay, I can remember how to do this. There we go. This is the point at when the Watcher campaign really begins. See, if you haven't seen a lot of Rainworld, the areas we were in initially, those are all... those are all part of the original map, right? Admittedly, they're a bit more messed up with the rot, but they're areas that we know. Okay, buddy, I need you to eat your food. Okay. This is one of the, essentially the new regions. Damn. There we go. Now... Oh, we're still full. That's why. Because we came through here with a full belly. Oh, that's a waste of a spear then. Oh no. Just need to find ourselves someplace to rest. Ah, see the newts are out here. Yo! I don't know if you noticed that, but when we ate the Karma flower there, the Watcher's eyes went purple. That's a new little thing. Okay. Get us to a shelter. Ah, missed the bed. Fuck. Might get lucky with a millipede or something, but I don't think so. It's alright, he'll take us on a little journey. But yeah, so this is one of the first new regions you get to in the Watcher. See, I guess for a little primer to bring you all up to speed, the creature that we've been following is called an Echo. An Echo is somebody who tried to ascend to the next plane of existence. However, they kind of got stuck halfway. Now, if you want me to tell you why that particular Echo is stuck, I will. That's something that doesn't really come forth until the ending, or at least the first of the 4 endings of the Watcher. But for whatever reason, they have instilled upon us the ability to move through time and space. We can't really control it yet, but we are now essentially like out of time. Later on, we're going to be able to travel between different regions. Man, I don't recognize those big purple curls. Sure hope those aren't indicative of something that's going to kill me later. Alright, that's my death. that was a good route to take, so we'll head up that way. We've got a full belly as well. Okay, now, in theory, the scabs around here should still like me. Oh, don't do it. Oh, sorry, the pink lizard's trying to eat the baby newt-newts. And as soon as the baby newt-newts start crying for help...
This slug cat needs some better weapons for self-defense. A slug cat, perhaps?
Oh. Okay, rock and a hard place. Okay. So Vershi, seriously, thank you for the bits. At previous April Fools, they did put in the slug cat with an AK. Kind of became like a running joke. You know what? I'm going to let them work it out. I'll go to the other side. Because those giant millipedes are incredibly hard to kill. And the scabs are having a hard time with them. Also, the millipedes don't eat you. The millipedes attack you as a form of self-defense. Or just to be an asshole. They don't need to eat you. They just kill you. So that little, like, tiny, tight mosh pit over there is a bad time. Okay, let's see if we can... Ah, no! I was going to say, let's see if we can get past that. But our new Echo Karma level is so low we can't actually lose it. Okay. I'm gonna try going this way for a fucking change. See if I have more luck. Of course not. Pop snails. Or as I call them, assholes. There are a lot of leeches. These leeches, they don't kill you straight away. They basically drown you and then feed off your corpse. The blue leeches will latch on and just feed off you until you die. They're cool like that. Shit, what was I saying? Oh, I was talking about like this, the general plot of this. Yeah, we are now a slug cat out of time, and we'll be traveling to different regions and affecting them in different ways. How we go about doing that? Oh, that's another matter. Oh no! Oh, the more leeches you have on you, the stronger they are to pull you down into the depths. Thankfully, the red leeches will shrivel up outside of the water. Revenge? Revenge. Okay, I think we go up from here. Like, right now... I don't want to say things are chill. It's Rainworld. There's nothing's ever chill. Oh! Oh, I'm fucked. Okay, so to take you through what just happened, I tried to spear one of the other lizards. My spear hit one of the baby newt-newts. Resulting in basically a kind of a newt-newt massacre. However, Papa Newt-Newt thought it was one of the bullflies that did it. So essentially, they took the blame. And now I'm making a fucking run for it. Like that movie, I'm making a fucking run for it. At least these little millipedes, well, I can't eat them right away. What the heck are these? Okay, here are the purple flowers. Like, what are we looking at right now? Okay, this is the other side of this jump. So what's up here? Oh, that's a crack in space-time. I think we need to try and find where the little echo is in this region before we move on. It would really help if I could find a fucking shelter. Okay. No time to hang around. Hey, scare friend. Some fruit? No? Okay. Just offering. Okay, we are here. A sane person's guide to the architecture of Rainworld. Or Where the Fuck Am I? Slugcat edition. Here we go. Okay. You know what, Aeon? I don't know if it was you who mentioned this last week or what have you, but I very agree, and it feels like it's not just the nostalgia of like this is a game that we have played. All right, listen, you fly bastard. Yeah, fuck off. I think it's because like the superstructure of this, it's a world that has been left, right? No, 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 no. No, no, no. Not friend. You know what? Let's not go that way. Let's go up here instead. You know, the ruins of this place. It's a city that makes sense, even now in ruins, completely abandoned. Like, the cultures that once dominated this world are long gone. I don't know. I feel like you can be nostalgic for this place. No, I can't get up there. I need a bullfly. Okay, ow. Yeah. Well, and coming at this from from the start as well. Like, we're not just Gotta be real careful with my shots here. Like, we're not just returning to this, right? We are starting again from fresh, so all the additional changes that have been made since the Watcher came out, we get to experience them all, which is fucking cool. Except for now, I would actually pay attention, because French fries are not to be taken lightly. French fries, delicious but deadly. Oh yeah, and there's the fucking Alpha chasing me. Yeah, whatever. Okay, he's making a run for it, because it's getting to be water time. Okay. Sorry, I promise I will do a better job explaining things in just a sec. Just gotta hope I fucking remember where to go. Oh, I think it's this way. I mean, in fairness, we can't actually lose too much. No, it's not this way. We can't lose too much here. Because we can't go down in karma. Nah, I think we're fucked. Here comes the water. No, we're not fucked. Okay, just gotta focus. Okay, here we go. Yes! Whose house? Slugcat's house, that's whose. Thank you, Scotty. Whew. So that was spicy. Okay. So as we play through this, the connections that you see there, those are different space-time points. Sometimes it's a different place down the timeline, sometimes it's a different location, sometimes both. But like this shows us all the regions we could be going to. The only thing that we have to do in each region is find the Echo and talk to them. Pro strat, use every second of the day. I pay for this whole day and damn it, I'm gonna use it. I mean, damn, it feels good to be a slug cat. And this time around, I have made friends with the... Oh, that's the ice region. We are not going there yet. I have made friends with the scabs so far this run, so they, quote-unquote, shouldn't be trying to kill me. Though it is worth noting that in this one, in the Watcher, because of the time zones... sorry, the timelines. Alright, missed that shot. Don't worry about it. Alright. I'm going to say something a little bit dark right now. If I eat that guy's kids, will he come to try and fight me? Wait, does he think I killed his kid? Is this payback for the last time? Oh god, I think Papa Newt Newt is blaming me. Oh, this run is going to be short and bloody. Do you remember that time when I used to be able to, like, finish a sentence? Finish a train of thought? I don't. It feels so long ago. Come on. We're friends, we're friends, we're friends. Fuck. Papa Newt Newt's trying to kill me. I might be in trouble. Oh, they are doggedly trying to kill me. You're all going to die down here. I didn't do it. Yeah, that's one thing you know about the Newt Newts. Newt Newts can't swim. Wait. And again, Slugcats aren't exactly superior at it. They'll be waiting for you, Watcher, in the Newt Chamber. And Orzine, Watto, and welcome. Oh shit, the bed. Oh, I'm fucked. Okay. Sorry, Verdant was just saying that thanks to the Sir You're Being Hunted video, we have photographic proof that I can't finish the story. It is well documented, alright? I fucking love Rain World. I love what it is. I love the vibes of it. And as you all well know, it is not an easy game for babies, even though I make that joke repeatedly. Okay. Alright, so those are ways we've been. I think that's where we got dropped in. Damn, Papa... Oh! Papa Newt Newt. Hunting me like the fucking predator. Alright, that one's done. So... Okay, it's not a heavy topic, right? But I did finally finish watching the Fall of Extra Credits video yesterday. I was in a bit of a manic state, and I was like, no, I need to watch this, you know. It does talk about me in a very, very pivotal moment, pretty directly. And, you know, I didn't hate it. I think that the person making the video did the best with all the public information that they had. And, you know, it was a hard time. The only things I would have added is that I'm the reason that good old Extra History exists. I was the person at CA who organised that. So that's my little claim to fame and whatnot, you know. Alright, Newt, you can't blame me. And the rest of it was quite interesting. You know, there's a few things that have happened since then that I'm so glad I'm not even closely or tangentially related. You know. But, you know, I would say, if you are a friend of mine, or if you consider myself a friend, just put EC on block, don't support them. There's a load of shit that I still can't talk about on recordable formats. That the situation is, well, I guess was far worse than ever really came out. Yeah, it's very accurate for what's publicly available, you know. Like, and it's one of those things that, like, I've had to make peace with it. I had neither the... I did not have the financial ability to fix anything legally, so... I don't know. There was a catharsis to kind of going through it and hearing a person critique a lot of things that. Oh no, Verdon. Actually, I've been publicly posting your credit card number for weeks now. Weirdly, keeps getting declined. So strange. Yeah. But you know, it's super funny because like I see those dinguses. I see those dinguses at a lot of like game events and stuff, kind of like flopping around. And it's real funny the kind of the, I guess the attempt to kind of maintain a sense of legitimacy in that what is extremely funny about this is that no one remembers them anymore, right? They're not, like, EC isn't known enough to even be worth people's time for discussing drama, which is wild, you know. And back when it was, you know, Floydo's baby, you know, it was one of the few places where people were talking about, like, games from a businessy standpoint. But yeah. There was one thing, and I'm just quoting the video verbatim, that it's very telling that, you know, Floydo is still friends with everybody else, including Soraya, and still making cool fucking videos with them. You know, Soraya was the one that gave us Semper Sine Brachus, which was a motto until I started getting back into... Oh, I've killed this. Oh, this might be it. Oh, come on! Swim! Swim, Slugcat, swim! That's death. But yeah. That's death. I dropped into the water, got too many leeches on, and just got dragged to hell. But you know, like, it's cool seeing Floydo still kicking ass. It's cool seeing DJ still kicking ass. You know, it was great to catch up with them the other night. I need to blep at Emmons as well. Just, you know, hours in the day and all that. But yeah. Yeah. But, you know, it's striking that balance between, like, you know, living one's own peace. You know, a lot of shit went down that really shouldn't have, and I was angry about it for a very long time. It doesn't do anything. Being angry takes up a lot of hours in a day, and I got shit to do. I don't have time to play. I don't have time to do half the things I want to do. I don't have time to be angry about shit. It would be fascinating, though, to see somebody do a really good deconstruction of the Penny Arcade TV era, because Mike and Jerry were talking recently about Strip Search and how they probably won't do another season of it because, like, it was very, very intensive, and they came up with a lot of, like, gimmicks on the fly. But also, they don't feel they can do the same trick twice. And that's understandable, you know? PATV was not a stupid idea by any means. But definitely on the easier said than done. Yeah, Study Kiwi, being angry costs time and energy. Oh, and there's another... That's a time rift that I think we can open later once we get the ability to do so. Yeah, we don't have the power to open that rift yet. Okay. Ooh, new shelter. Huh. I think I just helped out that ambush lizard. Huh. You know what, Simple Chaos? That would make for a great, like a great little thing in cross-stitch. With my blood pressure, I can either be mad about it, or I can go have some freshly salted fries. And I'm going with the fries. Yeah. You know? I get to spend my days cooking nice food, streaming and hanging out with you lot, celebrating what makes games excellent and actually kind of being a grown-up about it. I will indulge myself one little bitch. Alright, so the video in question was talking about, like, back a million years back, when there was, like, a trio of really poor takes that one Jimothy Shitbones had penned. And these were mostly, like, why loot boxes are good, why games should be expensive, shit like that. And what was fascinating about it was that they were very, very, very BizDev coded, right? This was at a time before we'd really seen the Cambrian explosion of, like, true indies, like, true wild, crazy stuff, when the thinking was that games were just going to keep getting bigger and more expensive. Okay, firstly, how dare you? That was my spear. You know, the battleship method of game development was getting more and more costly, and teams couldn't sustain making those kinds of huge, gigantic AAA games on a $60 price point. You know. Now, the discussion about whether or not games should cost more is one of those ones where it's like intellectualism versus, like, reality. Honestly, a mainstream video game should cost about $120 if we're keeping up with inflation and cost of production in the old style of battleship AAA development methods. But that's not what happened. Much like a few of us predicted, games actually needed to be cheaper, i.e. made cheaper, and the big success stories that we've seen have been based around creativity and... Leave me alone, Papa Newt Newt. Got purple eyes. You know, the success stories that we've seen have been far more... You know, affordable productions made smartly. But that whole era of things was super uncomfortable. Because it was like, yes, from a business and intellectual standpoint, that's not incorrect. But it doesn't take into consideration the reality of it, you know. Which is that if you charge $120 for a brand new game, no one's gonna fucking buy it. Okay, this is not the right place. Yeah. But, and then Scotty, like, as we know, like, Grand Theft Auto isn't a game. Grand Theft Auto is an anomaly. It is built like a video game, but in terms of its impact in money, finance, sales, it's not a game. It's a whole other creature. And if you treat it like it's just another video game, well, then you're not really understanding it. And I don't know. There are a lot of people, especially in the gaming space, who will claim to be like analysts and consultants and things like that, who actually don't know shit and or fuck. But they will speak with a large amount of authority. Yeah, you better run. Yes, now Phyllis, you are correct. Like, the line goes up, crew cannot comprehend of make smaller games betterer. It flies so drastically in the face of, you know, what's going on. Well, I don't know if you were in earlier, Fearless, we were talking about, like, that robot cowboy game is doing gangbusters, and at the same time, people are posting a whole bunch of think pieces about how, like, you know, if you want to make money, you've got to make a Roblox, you've got to make a... You know, you've got to be making a game where it's user-generated content creating revenue, because, yeah, their expectations for what you need to make are so ridiculous that it doesn't even blend with the idea of logic. And so, yeah, going back to those old videos that Shitbones had penned and just being like, oh, you didn't know shit about fuck. You got lucky saying obvious things loudly. And then when it actually came time to talk about the business of things, like, God. Like, can you imagine? You wake up in the morning, you know, you're off to go to work, and your quote-unquote boss has just posted a manifesto about how loot boxes are brilliant and great, and that we should not only like them, we should also be appreciative that we have them as a fucking thesis. You know, I think one would be entitled to a violent amount of what the fuck. Okay. Sorry, I'm still trying to find where the... I'm trying to find where the... bloody... No, so we came this way. I'm trying to find where the echo is in this region, and I've completely forgotten. Yeah, okay, that's really interesting. Each time you eat a karma flower now, the little watcher's eyes go purple. I wonder if that's supposed to be the contributing factor to the infection. Oh, this is bad. Ah, no, we're cool. You guys can just dry up and die. Well, Fearless, you won't have to worry about that too much. You saw the whole thing with Cloud about Claude, stupid name, deleting someone's entire, not just that team's entire work, but also all their backups and shit. Fuck. That's death. Because I've been just indulging the Schadenfreude of that. No one made that company by AI slop. No one made them implement vibe coding a bullshit. They just did. And what did it cost them? Everything. But yeah, if the article is to be believed, that particular company, like, it didn't just delete local, it went in, it killed the backups. Killed everything. But yeah. Fearless, I know what you mean. Okay. Yeah, which, Scotty, should not be a wild revelation. Scotty was saying that the moral of the story is don't let something you don't trust access the backups. Yeah. And that shouldn't be a wild and controversial thing to say. Okay, I'm trying to remember if there is actually a... Oh, snackage. Ah, missed him. Yeah, you lads are going to have to handle that. Because if I accidentally hit one of you... That's my arse. Alright, let's go save Derek. Oh no! Is everybody having internet problems today? Well, Jabami, sorry you're having internet problems. Angel Cleaner, congrats on doing battle with yours. I feel like I'm on the right path, but maybe we need to go to some of the other regions first before we hit this bit. I feel like I had to come back to here. I mean, it's not like this is going to be a short playthrough. We haven't even got to the gigantic, like, Cthulhu nightmare monsters. Huh. Whatever those purple flowers are there, they also seem to cause the same amount of, like... Yo! Okay. Hang on, let me pause it for a second there. So, you saw I was kind of, like, jumping around. I had, like, the purple eyes, and I was bouncing between those things. Did you notice the purple flowers were starting to unfurl each time I touched one? Is that how you spread rot now? I don't know if any of the Rain World hardcore are in today, but I would be fascinated to know. Yeah. And Jamami, I mean, that's the long and short of it, right? If the game has to cost $70 to make a living wage for the people making it, then someone has fucked up. And whether that means just make games cheaper, or, you know, maybe don't make a game with 500 people, that's also valid. Oh, you son of a bad word! The guy just shoved me to my death. That's what I get for making a bloody point. And I guess this goes back to the thing from this morning of the Monument Valley peeps being like, oh, well, you know, we can't afford to have full-time staff. And it's like, no, you can. You were making games in a dumb, expensive way. You know, to my knowledge, Monument Valley was profitable. Like, what the fuck did you guys do? Right? Damn it. The little pop bug did get down Mr. President with the... Damn it, that was my lunch. I guess currently we can't get... yeah, so currently we can't get our karma high enough in this region. So I guess we've just got to pick a different region. Delicious, gigantic creature. Ooh. The big millipede is angry at me. Maybe because I ate his brother. Firstly, ow. I don't like how Papa Newt Newt's looking at me. Is he still mad? Okay, maybe we do need to get up to get down. Perhaps that's what I missed earlier. I need to go up and over the little signposts. Okay, here we go. Aha. You know, I guess it's frustrating from my standpoint because, like, much like so many of the things we talk about, to actually get a game studio that already exists to a quasi-sustainable situation isn't impossible. Gotcha. It's actually very doable. But the problem is you can't make all the profit, right? And investment folks don't want to hear that you can't make all the profit. I think we're going to go this way, where the scabs are coming from. Oh, okay. So that's why I was... Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Buddy, 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 buddy. Okay, so this is bad. Fuck. Now it's worse. Okay, okay, okay. Take a breath. Take a beat. Nope. I just got fucking booty slammed to death. Just dropped his ass on me, and that was death. Okay. Okay, so we need to pick one of the different routes to take from here. Probably not Ice World, but we'll see. We can't get through that region yet, so we need to pick another region to teleport from. Okay, yes, we go down and we just keep heading right. That's cool. There was an attempt, and hey, there was lots of actual planning and forethought into that. But what was it Abraham Lincoln used to say? No plan survives first contact with a scab's arse. Okay. Anyway. I do try to do my best, though, not to be just old man yells at cloud in terms of, like, the big business shit. Because it's very easy, right? You know, I have my struggles and I have my challenges. This is a very difficult time to be an independent anything, let me fucking tell you. But I don't... I'm not sitting here reliant on... I'm not sitting here reliant on game sales to be able to eat at the end of the day, which is extremely challenging, especially in this current environment. And I do wonder, it's that thing of like, where is the rot truly sitting? Because there are loads of people who understand the complications of BizDev and how to put it all together. There's loads of folks out there who aren't dickheads, but have to deal with dickheads on the regular, you know. I was talking to Jess about some folks I used to work with in Probable back in the day, and one of them was my good buddy Nick. Now, Nick is, and I can say this with my full chest, not a dickhead. But, you know, when everybody pivoted to cloud compute, when everybody pivoted to crypto and metaverse shit, like, he was more than happy to entertain those people and take their money. I'm fucked. I'm not fucked. Hey, buddy, you might want to run. Scav's looking like, what the fuck is that slug cat doing? I know he's a friend of yours, but what the fuck? Little does he know, I've just angered a gigantic millipede. I guess we're going to the ice region. somehow. I had to stop moving. Hey, buddy, bring in a new buddy. Bye. Okay. So look, I'm gonna level with you, friends. This is Blast Deck. I spent a lot of time in Blast Deck. I spent a lot of time in Blast Deck doing murders. I spent a lot of time in Blast Deck being murdered. This is the region of Godzilla. So, if there's anything you've wanted to talk about, like video games or otherwise, now is the time to bring it up or suggest it, my friends. We in the frozen hell now. Actually, Phyllis, I don't know if anybody's made a scav run yet of this, but I would be fascinated to play it. Anyway. But yeah, so jumping back, it's like... the influence that VCs have had on games, it's kind of fascinating to talk about, just because, like, they are people who are not versed in the industry and treat it just like every other, you know, potential investment space. But that's not how art works. That's not how entertainment works. That's not how hope works. You know? It turns out, and I don't know if you all knew this, but you can't actually just pour money on art and go, make money now, please. You know, I like to joke and say, except for Jon Favreau, because, you know, Grogu might be one of the most profitable things to come out of a Star War in a long time, but the thing was, if you're a bit of a Star Wars nerd, you know that Jon Favreau was one of the people who took the Clone Wars cartoons and turned it into something that had weight and fact. Okay. You want to come through? That's okay. Just no cuddles. You know, Mando didn't come out of nothing. It wasn't conceived in a lab. You know? I guess aside from the Old Republic, you know, under his watch is how, you know, the Mandalorians actually got legitimacy. They got bulked into some really cool characters. You know? So he gets the opportunity to do his own unique Star Wars thing. What does he do? He takes a cool Mandalorian and a cute Baby Yoda, and he makes a fucking fortune. And now we're seeing with a lot of the other more corporate-led stuff coming from that same space that doesn't all hit. Oh yeah, I can't do the float teleport. This is the jump that I spent weeks dying on, if I remember rightly. Yeah. Yes. And Phyllis 1000% agree. It's wild to me because, like, if your job is money, you know, sure, but then you've got to know the products that you're putting money into. And the cursory amount of knowledge and information they have is almost laughable. And, like, I get it. Like, when I used to have to hang out with businessy, techie people, it was, I'm not gonna lie, it was very stressful and a lot. And learning the extent to which that they could just fucking blow money melted my brain in ways that I don't think I've recovered from. Like, learning that there are investment companies where... oh, fuck you. There are investment companies where if you are working a portfolio and you're only doing successful investments, that you will be penalized at work because you're supposed to be taking risks. And if every bet pans out, then that means that you're not taking risks. Like, imagine being able to have that kind of insanity around finances. Like, what the fuck? Not to must be nice it, but must be nice. I don't know. Ooh. Okay. Now the wind's a little too strong. Slugcat can't make it. Can't make that jump. Okay. And here come the vultures. Yeah. Well, and Simple Chaos, as you well know, he was in the Christmas special because Boba Fett, like, was a name and a concept that was a toy first. You know, the fact that he was a bounty hunter was just so they could write him into some stuff. It's fucking cool. Anyway. Like, I unapologetically love a whole bunch of Star Wars stuff. Oh. Fine, you want to fight me? Fight me? Come on. Yeah, you better fucking run. This is Slugcat's house. Whose house? Slugcat's house. Okay, let's do something a little dangerous here. Just don't fall into the goop. Okay, now we're cool. But yeah, it's just, you know, some days when you look at the resources you have access to and you feel that sense of frustration, and then you see things like, I don't mean to keep picking on High Guard, just that High Guard initially had a brilliant premise that was then, quote unquote, subverted. And that subversion resulted in a product that did not sell. Like, someone in the business world should be strung up by their downstairs mix-up for that exact reason. And sorry, this is just to make the point of, like, when you are in these circles, like, how much does their asinine horseshit end up infecting everything else? Like, once you get into, what did someone call it? It was like the Brovestment, the Brolionaires Club. It is wild how much of this our little Slugcat still remembers. Alright, so we need to swim to the bottom, swim up, head through there. We're going danger mode. These bubbles give us extra water, extra air under water, so we might be able to make it. Okay. I mean, Fearless, yeah. Like, no, users don't want that. Users only want these things. Well, actually, if your market research was on the fucking level, you'd know. But again, like, we talked about this at Fearless. I know one you've said many, many times, and that is, it's because, you know, these teams aren't looking to actually sell us a game or a concept. They're looking to sell us a business model, and they need the concept to fit it. You know, the business model is the wrapper, not the reason. Okay. Where am I? Oh, there we go. We've eaten enough to sleep, so you know what? I'm going to take a snooze here. Oh, no! Okay, we're alright. We're alright. You nearly got to see a grown man cry in real time there. Sorry, I zipped through it real fast. I grabbed what I thought was a... I grabbed what I thought was a pipe. Turned out to be a very carefully concealed mimic. And I nearly let forth the screech of fear. So, Aeon was saying, about 15 years ago, I went through the class on how to propose an R&D project where they tested your ability to answer the question with 90% accuracy. Choosing a range of answers you had. They were actually interested in you choosing ranges relative to enough. Huh. Okay. Kind of fascinating. Look, I've gone through the pitching process several times, and I will also say that there is a flip side to this, that sometimes creatives are shit at business. And I wish they weren't. I'd love to sit here and say, all my homies are great at business and not terrible at it. That would be, let me check my notes here, a fucking lie. And this can happen due to a myriad of reasons. Predominantly, modesty and a misunderstanding of one's own premise. You know, how many friends do we know that make really fucking cool games and do not consider their really cool games to be really cool? Like, how many homies do we know that don't value their games? Oh, that's a big fight up there. That's very brave. I am going to go this way. Sorry, just simple chaos was Will. I told you my idea for a drive-through crematorium barbecue in confidence. Hey, no, look. All I said was I don't think pitching it as it's the smells like fresh bread but for barbecue was necessarily the right, you know, business maneuver. Sorry, Big Green. I just need you to not be in my face. You okay? Okay. Yes, this is another region we need to get our karma level up to before we can teleport to. So yeah, we got to start finding... eaten enough to rest here, so I think I might. There we go. DJ Coyle mentioned their other award-winning idea, a combination bumper car dispensary called Crash and Burn. That sounds like hell. It would probably be the gentlest bumper cars you've ever been on. But yeah. Sorry, friends, I feel like I've brought you once again to a point that I bring through thoroughly, which is like, you know, striking a balance between games as a business and games as an art form is part of the art, right? You know. I even remember as a kid thinking like how like the Sistine Chapel is such an incredible work of art, but there still had to be the money to build the chapel. Like that had to come from somewhere. Big Green, here I am. That's right, Big Green's not super smart, so I can just kind of zigzag him out. He doesn't have my scent. Yes. Okay, we can make this work. That one lizard's got itself massively stuck, making it's not my problem. Okay. But yeah, the reason I brought that up, I didn't mean to just, you know, always be saying the same nonsense. But it's more just because, oh, you're kidding me. Like, when I was pitching the, I wanted to make an XCOM style 40k game. Oh, hang on a sec. A million years ago, I wanted to make an XCOM style 40k game. And, you know, obviously I know that world. And I know enough to have, like, you know, oh, this is bad. Things to input. Ah, thank you. But ultimately, like, my input was about, like, how do we make this make sense? You know, if we want to create loads of units, if we want to create loads of stories, like, how do we make it make business sense? Oh, I'm gonna get wrecked in here. This is not good. My hope is to just waggle my slug cat butt. Big Green has just given up. buddy, I feel that in my soul. Woo, woo, woo. Not for you. Oh, you can climb. Shit. Ooh, no. But yeah, so being able to come up with a business model that fit the concept creatively, that was my job. And I think I did a pretty good job of it, you know? I won't lie, there's still a part of me that's sad I didn't get to bring that project through. I think it would have been cool, but we did get Rogue Trader and stuff like that, and those have done good. God. I mean, we joke, but that was literally what happened. Sorry, Phyllis was just saying that BizDev is saying turn-based games don't work, because at the time it was pretty much perceived that the only thing that people were into were console games, and specifically console shooters, because every game had to be a trilogy, every game had to be the next Halo killer. So let's take XCOM and turn it into an FPS. People will love that. Spoiler, people did not love that. Sorry you had to find out this way. dodged my second spear. Yeah, DJ Coil, an XCOM immersive sim would have set the world on fire, but no. Then again, immersive sims are insanely hard to build. You know that, I know that. I just realised why we're not freezing to death. Because I swallowed that lantern. Yeah. Orzine, is there footage of that? But yeah, it was a different time. Oh, that's fun. The pink lizard can't quite make it there. Here we go. Okay, not what I was aiming for, but... Okay, got my food. DJ Cole was just saying from what they heard, the Bureau had potential but got mired in development hell. I heard the same thing. Sorry, for those of you who don't know what the heck we're talking about. So, back in the 2010s, they were attempting to reboot XCOM. Regret throwing away my spear. Oh well. We get popcorn for dinner, so that's fine. And that's dead. Okay. I think we're on the right track there, though. Because, yeah, I think at this point we have to just travel the multiverse to find where... Okay, that's 40 deaths. But yeah, so they were going to turn XCOM into an FPS game, kind of like a old-timey FBI-style investigation game where you find, like, fecked-up aliens in suburbia. It actually looked kind of interesting, but everyone was really pissed at the general AAA-ification of old franchises, when what people really wanted was a new entry. The irony being is that, you know, the XCOM that we eventually got was so good that, you know, it became the standard. It did good. that's a dead lizard. Now, what's really interesting is in the discussion of it all, that that game got turned into XCOM the Bureau Declassified, which was made into a third-person shooter, an even more heavily saturated market. Which was interesting because, like, I have this theory of, like, third-person shooters don't quite have the same, like, universal appeal as other titles. But I think the reason that we see so many of them, again, aside from them being slightly cheaper than FPS to make, is because, like, Gears of War basically created, like, I don't want to say false data, but Gears of War created this this false sense of supply and demand. That Gears of War was just right game, right time for Xbox Live. That game could have been really anything. Like if Halo 2 had been a launch title, you know what I mean? Anyway. I still put XCOM, what would have been the XCOM FPS, not the Bureau Declassified, in the same vein as the Prey 2, that the response was due to like a place and time thing. Oh, I'm going for a snooze. Yeah, no, Scotty, it did help that Gears of War was fun. I'm trying to think what's the last kind of lizard I need to kill for the Dragon Slayer, because then that unlocks the advanced Dragon Slayer. You son of a bad word. You want to fight me? You want to fight me? Do you know whose house this is? It's this Slughead's house. Slughead's house. This is Jerry's house. Oh, Jerry. Oh, shit. Dang it. The place we need to be is above. I hope that the pink lizard's just given up on me, because then we can just go shimmy, 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 yeah. That poor green lizard. Green lizards can't climb. Okay. see where this takes us. You know what, Fearless? I think that was a good point. Like, that grey-brown era of games was... Oh, you are alive. That grey-brown era of games had a lot of shit to it that was not fun. And while Gears did use a lot of Unreal's kind of like base textures and stuff, it did use them in a fun and colourful manner. It wasn't just like the grey-brown misery show. Just put on some YouTube stuff to sleep to the other day. What the fuck is that? What is that thing hanging off the moth? Alright, well, Bluey's chasing me, so I need to sort my shit out. But it was some stuff on the Alone in the Dark game from the 2000s. Which was, I mean, kind of fascinating, not gonna lie. But oh boy howdy, did it have that whole like UE3 color palette. And I don't know, maybe I'm being a demanding little bitch about it, but maybe I want my game to have more than brown and grey-brown in. Yes, I do mean the reboot by Eden Games that was... At some point, friends, I will stream it for you all, because if you never got to see it, it was such an unabashed... Ooh. Oh, no. Lunch is here. It was such an unabashed... creative endeavour, which you don't really expect from a reboot these days. It was damn near immersive sim tier in terms of like puzzle solving and stuff. I can't remember, are moths our friends? Friend moth? No, the moths will fucking eat us if we let them. Okay. Sorry, I lost my train of thought so wholeheartedly. We were talking about business, biz dev, Vulture stacks. Aeon, I do remember warping the Leviathan. We never achieved that again. I think they actually patched that out. Technically, I've never defeated a Leviathan in a fair fight. However, I did kick one's ass during a run of the Saint, but that's another story. Yeah, I think saying their reach exceeded their grasp is a fair way of putting it. You know, there's a lot of features they should have cut. You know, the diegetic UI, reset the clock, but also, like, they had a fascinating fire propagation and light system, which were really cool. But they also had, like, a reactionary melee combat system. And that melee combat system was then combined with the fire propagation. Bye, Moth. Hi, Moth. Bye, Moth. Okay. I don't know where we're going, but we're going there now. Because essentially we want to hit as many regions as we can, as quick as we can. The Tundra Faults. Ooh, easy now. We've also got a glowing stone in our belly, so we're actually doing better than most. Oh no, this is where Godzilla is. Alright friends, it's time to earn my keep. Sorry, I just gotta make sure that Invisilizard is actually fucking dead. You notice all of the scav hunting parties here all have little heat rocks. Anyway, you know what? I think the point I was just scratching at once again is just, you know, trust in your gut, because oh, I did it. Okay. So I've now done the original Dragon Slayer. Now I just need to kill the gigantic super monsters for the Super Dragon Slayer. Well, okay, I don't need to, but it's fun. It's not... Okay. I don't think that every person who wishes to make video games needs to play all video games, right? I don't think you need to have that level of product knowledge to create. Like, ultimately, if you want to spend the rest of your afternoon cracking out in some paints, just painting something that makes you happy, you can just do that, right? You don't need anyone's permission to do that. I know that seems like a very basic thing to say, it's just... some days it does need saying. Fuck. I'm alive! Chase me, you shits! I'm extremely cold and extremely violent. Fuck. That's what I get for running my mouth. But I do think that if your job is the business of games, then you need to understand it, right? It's that thing of like, you don't have to be a world-class chef to run a restaurant, but you do have to fucking eat like a normal person, right? And that shouldn't be news. See what's down here. Oh, there's actually legitly nothing down here. Okay. Okay, I promise I'll stop labouring this point. I just want to say, what I find fascinating is that my buddy Steve, Steve Gee, who used to work over at Adult Swim Games when that was a thing, was the person who signed Rain World. And I think about that a lot, like, he saw what this could be, but then when it didn't do like Hat in Time numbers off the bat, Adult Swim were prepared to just abandon this. The only reason we even got the additional endings and stuff to Rain World is because at the time every game had to have a Switch version, right? So the Switch version of Rain World originally had the additional endings that weren't in the PC version, right? And then what you have is you have Akapura Games being like, hey, we'll publish Rain World. Hell, we'll support it. You want to do cool shit? Let's do cool shit. And now, between Akapura and Sanshi, You know, Rainworld has made mucho bucks. Now, I did not need the Rainworld Slugcat Sakura Petal sparkly enamel pin. But would I have gotten it if I had the opportunity? I don't fucking believe. I have to remember Slugcats get tired in the snow. Alright, so Godzilla's back. Alright, if you were looking away in the other tab, so that huge swirling behemoth, that was Godzilla! Godzilla has like a magnet nightmare breath. However, as long as it has that swirling beam around itself, yeah, Scotty, you get it. That's the insta-kill breath of death. Godzilla just eats newts. Now, in our first run, I did manage to kill a Godzilla. It's not impossible. But I'll be honest with you, it never got counted. There was no final screen that tallied all of our kills. I never got the kill mark for that Godzilla. I'd like to.
Pro gamer tip: when you see a Godzilla, that is a small hint to go any other way.
Simple chaos. But seriously, thank you like a squillion for the $10 there, friend. Oh. Sorry I couldn't land a shot in honor of it. But I don't know, that doesn't sound very pro gamer. Wouldn't the proest pro gamer move be to be the one who slays Godzilla? Like Nick Totopoulos. He's the one guy. Big Green, despite being frozen and injured and tired. He can't even get into his nest because I stabbed him. Oh. Oh no, he can't get into his nest because he dropped me. No, but seriously, Simple Chaos, thank you. And honestly, like, I didn't think we'd see it, but we are actually getting down towards the end of the rule of J-Post. And J-Post, you shall have your costume. Well, not your costume, but, you know. Okay. I do feel a little bad picking on the blue lizards, but it's not my fault. They're incredibly easy to kill. Sorry, DJ Coyle was saying they finally watched Godzilla 1998 the other day, i.e. Godzilla 2000, and yeah, no, it's the most 90s designed by committee, complete to the casting and everything. It is wild how much of it I end up quoting. You know, it is probably the only reason that I still make Jamiroquai references. Dude. Sadly, you don't get the kill if they die of hypothermia. Okay, so the Newt family is here. We can probably use them to take out Godzilla. Although, shit, I didn't even tell you all. So Eric showed me and Jess the wildest fucking thing called Godzilla Island, which apparently was like a short, insanely cheap production using very, very budget models and like Godzilla action figures. To our knowledge, it's never been translated. It has been scanned. And for some reason, the theme song was done by The Edge from U2. Like, that's the place they decided to spend money? Okay. Okay. So Godzilla's on the other side of this. There's no way Big Green can defeat Godzilla. They will fight. And that's it for Big Green, everybody. I do not have the tools to handle Godzilla. definitely feel like I need to have a natter with Sauron or somebody about what these new like infection mechanics are. There's loads of new shit with the Watcher that I don't fully understand, and they seem really cool. The glowing purple eyes, the way in which the flowers perpetrate like piss the bed. I do, however, still know how gravity works. Okay. Oh, I saw a spear up there. You know, I think that would be a job that, not that I'm thinking of leaving this behind anytime soon, but I would love to work for the Placing, the folks that do that publish like Balatro and shit like that. I'd love to work for them as a scout. You know, go and find really fucking cool games, make sure they get funded, that kind of thing. I think that'd be rad as shit. You know what? Let's go this way. Maybe if the some of these scabs end up getting their ass handed to them, I can just steal their explosives. Nope. Explosives for days. Oh, it's just a pink lizard. Come on, don't be a coward. Fuck. One of the other scabs dropped a grenade. My grenade set off that grenade, and now my little slug count body is a shadowy smear on the back wall. What I want to do is try and get some explosives together and maybe slay Godzilla. Yeah, Scotty, that was definitely the trying to put the pin back in. Oh yeah, so Scotty, are you in the new place now? I hope it's good. This might not be my smartest move. Prepare for lizard fall. No, this is absolutely not my smartest play. Hey! Kyle, you fucking ledge. How you doing, mate? We're on Rain World. I'm attempting to fight Godzilla. And this time I've actually made friends with the scabs. So... Okay. Yeah, so that big bastard over there, that is Godzilla. It has a Magna Shield until it uses its like equivalent of like super breath. Once the super breath is gone, then we can attack it. Not before. Oh, he is grumpy. He's got himself stuck. Okay, he's free. Yeah, I know. Stole your shit. But my only chance of bringing down Godzilla is with a bomb stick and some luck. And I'm all out of luck. If you hear a pop sound, that means we're in trouble. Yep. till. Fuck. Fuck. Well, anyway, Kyle. I hope your day's going good, friend, monsieur. Rainworld's still brilliant. And wrong target. That's my least favourite Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. You know, in my mind, Jean-Claude Van Damme in The Kickboxer and Jean-Claude Van Damme in Bloodsport is just one very long movie that doesn't make any sense. Ketterel, what ho and welcome. We're fighting Godzilla, how are you? Oh. And that would have worked significantly better if I'd had my tools the right way round. I'm making way too many friends around here. Thank fuck the pink lizards are territorial. And Aeon, I would say that we live in a post-purist world. I would not say that the rules are meaningless, but food is beyond definition. I remember in times of your conversations like, you know, is a calzone ravioli, you know, is a taco a sandwich? Now, the laws mean nothing to us. We are in a post-absurdist food world. And here I am looking at like vacuum sealers for making food. I remember so many discussions about, you know, what is and isn't pizza, what is and isn't, you know, a sandwich. Those concepts are lost, like tears in rain. Alright, Godzilla. Is that you up there? Are you there, Godzilla? It's me, Margaret. Oh, that is actually Godzilla. Okay. Now this begs the question, is Godzilla hurt? Because in an ideal world, I want him to get injured in another fight. Just so long as we hurt him. Right, so he's going to do his like blah 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 blah. No. Godzilla's bite is so powerful that it's just an instant death. There's no coming back from that one. I mean, Catterall, but what is food? tell you though, I've got doing just stir fry tonight, but I've got meat marinating in soy, rice wine vinegar, and black garlic. The smidgen of ginger, because last time I did. Okay, listen. Last time I did a stir fry, I went a little heavy on the ginger. Oh, that's me. So Akari, like, aside from the jokes and the bands, like, what's your plan with the ugly shopping district? Because I find myself in that eternal struggle of wanting to encourage you to make something that is making you, you know, smile and something that you're enjoying, and also wanting you to make something that will make some money. Like, so that you can make shitloads of money and then keep my ass alive when I am old. Or at least in the near future, you know? Because it is a shame that we don't have your game for the rock, paper, scissors tournament this weekend. Which I do hope you'll compete. Alright. It's not a bad shout. I mean, for... I should make something vaguely Lunchian, but that's just going to be like... something small, because I want to cook up a big old meal this evening. But, oh, fuck. There's this, I heard the pop and I couldn't get to cover fast enough.
This is called Vulture Society. It's a
We are absolutely going to get this Godzilla. But no, like last week I did like roasted roasted pork shoulder. I'm so proud of that one. God damn it, you assholes, help me. This is going to be a bloodbath area. But yeah, so to Kettle and those who joined in later on, I am going to be employing upon you my usual question, which is, what you're playing right now? You know, I don't get to play a lot of... So I get to live vicariously through you all. So, as I was saying earlier, if you want to know where my mental state is, guess who's playing Night in the Woods right now? Got our Godzilla arena here. Yeah, buddy, if you could be so kind as to not blow me up, that would be great. He blew himself up. Good work, Dingus. Oh yeah, Phyllis, yeah, you were playing Cosmic Abyss. Dark! Okay, now that its beam has been neutralized. Oh, you want to fucking join in, eh? Fucking ambush predator, arsehole bastard. Shit. Like, I don't know who's doing invites to the Lizard Ball, but I think we need to start being a little bit more exclusive. You know what I mean? Sorry, when fighting Godzilla, I had to find us a nice little, like, almost, Godzilla bunker. Ketteril, then I guess you are a person of exceptional taste. Ketteril's been on Racoin and Project Silverfish, the classical 1-2 punch. I realised I hit 40 hours in Racoin. I have unlocked all but one chip, and I have unlocked all of the prized. I've done all the prizes, and I've done all of the clips. I think not the clips. The modifiers. Oh yeah, and Aeon, I saw you finally got playing Repo. Past Big Green. The thing with Repo is that, like, Peak had already dropped, Lethal Company had already dropped, Content warning was already out. Like, the thing that's so fascinating about Repo is that it wasn't a first to market thing like Lethal Company. It was just a good and fun game in the kind of chaos co-op style, or chaos or co-op. Like, Repo is kind of like Muppet stuff. Oh, Godzilla's here. Hope was to save the scav so that he'd join me in battle, whereas he just ended up being Godzilla's newest snack. His plan was not well thought through. Kettle says probably about 30 hours into Ratcoin. Probably got 90% completion. Yeah, well, I've only just started really doing the difficulty challenges because I got obsessed with trying to create infinite momentum machines in Racoin, and I've made 2 different ones. which I'm kind of very, very proud of. Oh, well, if Peak came out after Repo, that is interesting, but it's worth noting that Content Warning came out before both of them, and that was Avalanche. Avalanche. That's the fucking group from Final Fantasy VIII at 7. Content Warning was Landfall's one. But even like with both of those taken into consideration, like Are We There Yet came out well after both of those. Like, sorry friends, I don't mean to keep laboring the point. It keeps happening. It's not my fault. Yeah. Landfall and Aggro Crab have similar levels of absolutely unserious when it comes to their like Steam pages and business stuff. They are the unofficial Cool Kids Club. I know you're there, mate. This is probably the most Rainbow music we've had in quite some time in like one run. And Caffeine, what and welcome. How you doing, mate? I wanted to ask you, how is your Saturday looking? I think it's time we returned to the rock and or paper scissors. Oh no! I fucked up. I've pinned the green lizard. I pinned the poor bastard into the little pipeway, and he couldn't get free. Ah, the blue one's gonna flank me. Slug cat away! Godzilla! Oh my god, guess who's forgotten that he can fucking hide? This guy. Fuck. I thought I could get him on the ambush. God. I'm trying to think. I think we killed this guy before I faced Melania. The only difference is when we did it last time, because we did the Prince of Rot ending, we never got like a final completion game over screen, so it never got counted. I've got to re-murder so many creatures. No one knows how hard it is being a slug cat. No one knows. Okay. Sorry, Akari was just saying the overall plan for the ugly shopping district is just to map out the area and maybe do like a comedy horror title. That's not a bad shout. I mean, once you have it all mapped out and you have the additional elements, like, you've got a lot you can work with. Alright, come on, blue guy. Yeah, come on. Come on. I think those green lizards are a couple. I'm not entirely sure. I definitely got the credit for one of those kills, so. Yeah, I think my recommendation, Akari, would be start putting it together like it's a GDD for a more complicated game. Like, go full on. Oh, shit the bed. Never go full shit the bed. Alright, friends, if you were second screening that, what happened was Godzilla was on the other side of the pipe. I went through and was like, woo! And I heard him charge up. So I was like, oh shit, the recoil from Godzilla's breath is actually pretty noticeable. So as I leapt back in, nah, he came through the pipe, vomited death at me. And then was not content with just melting my face with gigantic super lasers, but also decided to just, you know, smash the point home by also biting through my neck. Dude's taking his sweet time about life, but nah. Oh. That poor scab. I feel a little bit bad for him. Didn't mean to lead a trio of violently wounded lizards, but okay, we have a boomstick. No, my boomstick. It's also worth noting that last time we were at this point in the game, I'd kind of had a bit of a blood feud with the scabs for some time. And it was not going well. Okay, now we just gotta hope that Godzilla comes through this way. And that we can snack on enough food to be able to sleep and count the kill.
Dogs and drugs. Dogs and...
Where'd my rock go? There we go. Okay. If you hear a pop, run. Okay. No! No! We did it! We did it and we were robbed of our victory. Big Green doesn't even want to eat us because our corpse is too cold. Excuse me. Just softly dying over here. Okay. Thank you, mate. And your nan. Alright, alright. I need to take a little break, dear friends. So don't do anything drastically interesting while I'm gone. Because I can't believe we got the kill on Godzilla. And then... yeah, I knew that was coming. I can't believe we got the kill on Godzilla, and then it managed to get like a death bite on us. Like in the time it took for Godzilla to die, it just went neck, snap my neck. So, if any of you want tea, coffee, snacks, the blood of those that have wronged you, now is the time to grab it, and I'll be back with you all in just a sec. Hello, hello. I have returned. I'm not going to come out of BRB just yet. Thank you all for waiting. It seems like there's been like a scav massacre while I've been gone. Which is one of the things I do love about Rainworld. There's a few mods actually that let you just watch these areas unfurl, and it's really cool. I am going to have tiny cheese, tiny crackers. Tiny Crackers is obviously my attorney name. I need the cheese to inspire me to hunt Godzilla. Because we are going to clear this. I'm also missing the Rainworld core right now because there's a bunch of little things that have changed since we did our playthrough of the Watcher, and I kind of want to know what they do. And maybe we'll find out as we get further in, but like the Watcher's eyes turning purple and different flowers in different regions, are they part of the mechanics of it? Like I can't imagine the team would add something that you had to know from the jump, i.e. like you have to, I don't know, cure the plants in every region before the rot takes hold. But obviously the fear is real. See, Sturdy, that's how you know it's a slug cat, right? Because imagine a world that doesn't revolve around a cat. I can't. That's some creative modding right there. Missed a shot. The goal there was to do a drop shot onto that pink guy and then nail it to the wall. Because for a few of those, unless you help them, they can't get out of that. Okay, we're listening for a pop. So much for that plan. Oh, Jamami, sorry, I missed your message there. Of course, now the scavs show up. Now the Newt show up. we ever told you the definition of insanity?
Give me a water cup. Me now.
Oh, I get it. So the white lizard wasn't brave enough to attack me until I got rid of the yellow lizard, the pink lizards, yellow lizards. Okay. The theory that the Godzilla's been so far this way. That even the moth bats are making a run for it. Okay. Sorry, friends, I got lost in my own little noggin for a second there. I do apologise. Guess I was just trying to think of like, because we were talking about like the old, you know, the time of publishers of yore telling game devs, you know, like, oh no, you need to be really making X, Y, and Z, you know, the dark, quiet death era. There was a couple of things over the weekend I did spot, and one of them was a couple of people who worked on Mass Effect Andromeda, just talking about like EA were the ones absolutely pushing for all the terrible decisions. That shocks no one. Buddy, I'm absolutely gonna knock you out. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Up and away. Okay, we've injured Godzilla. He's hurt. He's grumpy. No! Fuck! Okay, what happened there was because we were still holding on to that brick, or that rock, or what have you. Godzilla's anti-gravity effect pushed us out the way, resulting in us getting shoved up into the wall, so I couldn't get away from him. But no, it was just... I spent a lot of time thinking this weekend about how... Like, remember when Mass Effect was just printing money, you know? What a huge community they built, and how much fucking money that was making. And the creature that they turned it into. Now, I've heard lots of conversations about the whole Mass Effect 3 ending. I'm always in two minds about it, right? Because, like, as a dev, boy howdy, I understand that. Like, that level of expectation. I don't even want to think what it would have taken to create something in that space that would have hit the beats they wanted to. In the same breath, as a player, you know, what was promised, you know, throughout that whole trilogy and then what was delivered were very, very different. And the thing is with a game that does not work on a technical level, you can improve technicalities. A game that does not work on a narrative level, oh, I'm fucked. Okay, might be okay. No, big green, no. You don't have any lines in this plane. You know, like, I don't know what yours is, you know, like, favorite quotes that people misattribute or misunderstand.
Stop that incessant clicking.
You fucking legend, whoever you are. Thank you. Whoever it was that gifted a sub to Sturdy Kiwi, that's fucking cool. Yeah, and Sturdy, that's a good point. Like, what ending would have succeeded? But there's a quote by Mr. Mario himself, Miyamoto, saying how, you know, a delayed game can always be good, but a bad game. Oh, what's the quote? A rushed game is never good, but a good game is always great, or something along those lines. Scotty, it's always good to see you, mate. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Excuse me. But yeah, cabs are here. A delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is forever bad. Yeah, that's one of those ones that I always feel is kind of misattributed, because there are certain things that this is not going according to plan. Okay, there we go. This I can work with.
Oh hey, it's the Lance Show. You eating well, son?
Okay, firstly, I haven't eaten anyone's kids. We're currently hunting Godzilla. Secondly, how you doing, Bacon? And thank you for the 200 friends, seriously. But, yeah, CMC, there are games that you can rush to market and then improve after they're out. The thing with the Mass Effect trilogy was that it was all building up to one moment, which boiled down to red or blue, or green if you did the extra stuff. And when you are spending all that time telling consumers that their choices will matter and things like that, you don't get another pick at that pie. You can launch a very fascinating game that is broken, and people might take their time with it. Look at Bloodlines. Bloodlines 1, obviously. Right, in CMC, I do feel like the Bloodlines intro, I do feel like Mass Effect 3 is something they should have delayed. But then it's fucking funny to me that, you know, with Andromeda coming after, that Andromeda was also rushed, was also a mess. Alright, I've got some explosives. I think I can take Godzilla. Yeah, see, Jamami, like... Okay. What happens when you have two Godzillas? We're in so much trouble. We're in so much trouble. Okay, guess it went back down. Hold that thought. Okay. How do you get shield back already? Oh, and here's your mate. Okay, one of you two. One of you two needs to fight me. One of you two needs to go immediately to hell. Oh no! The physics is broken. You see that little glowing blob there? The double the double gravity of the two Godzillas has shoved me through the physics. Darn it. Okay, yeah, so to jump back to the points you're all making about, like, you know, a delayed game will run over budget and undersell. A rush game might be charmingly janky at launch. There are lots of different things to it, but it's just interesting that, like, you see Mass Effect 3 sell great, but receive terrible critical reception. But then with Mass Effect Andromeda, which was meant to reinstate, like, the franchise, they rushed the shit out of it. And Jamami, in video games, like, there are certain parts of it which are, you know, science or poetry. Game launches is kind of like poetry in that you know when it's good, but sometimes you don't know when it's bad until it's already come out of your mouth. So, like, the reason that the Saints Row series even exists is because they launched brilliantly. And there's quite a few other franchises that have the same thing. The Sniper Ghost Warrior series, not to be confused with Sniper Elite, is a franchise that only exists because they launched at exactly the right time. Okay, hopefully the scabs don't see that as a personal affront. One of the scabs caught a spear to the noggin. So yeah. How, like, when do you make the choice to delay a release? I mean, it really depends on if you think you can make that money back by waiting. Because delaying a release, but then not having like the marketing to make sure everyone still remembers your game, it's a hard way to go, right? You know, dying in silence. Mass Effect 3 was one of the beasties from the era of pre-orders.
There's two. This was the second one.
Just
This was
just amazes me they didn't start with the fucking ending when they were putting it together, but you know, okay. You know, with something like Cyberpunk, they eventually had to launch because of all the brand deals and things they had going on. But the thing that I still find mind-boggling is how like EA made the same mistake again. Like that's the thing that's wild, right? You know, you get everybody else learning from their mistakes at least. But hey, it's not like they did the same thing with BioWare again and again and again and again. Oh, wait. Begging the question, like, who is it at EA that fucking hated BioWare? Because I've heard a ton of horror stories when it comes to, you know, working with EA. I think the best one to look at is Psychonauts. Brutal Legend. For Brutal Legend, they just kept ballooning the budget for it, and so EA didn't know what to do with it, so they kept increasing the budget and then increasing the marketing budget, thinking that it would increase the sales exponentially. I know, Sturdy Kiwi. I'm sorry you had to find out behind. I like this way. Sorry. Phyllis was also adding that I've seen a lot of. I've seen that the bigger the budget of the game, the more strict the launch schedules become. Yes, because you're counting all the dollars you need to get it out the door, and delaying by even days can result in such a huge cost. I'm not confident with this cycle. Oh fuck! Couldn't see the blue guy there. But it is worth talking about because, like, for a while, EA were one of the biggest forces in, like, English language games. And no one doinked up their business. They did that all by themselves. God. Just, the infighting, the bullshit, the everything of it. Okay. So, I have a theory. Sorry. When we were watching the Mortuary's Assistant, I can assure you that no one at any point says, you really were the Mortuary's Assistant. But at one point, I thought a character was Gunnar, and I couldn't help but say it, and it was just like, oh my god, I have become the Matthew Patthew. And yeah, CMC, that's where the Battleship game dev stuff ends up getting so scary, is that the budgets get so ridiculous. But again, no one does that to them. So with Brutal Legend, when Brutal Legend was pitched to EA, it just needed to sell, I want to say, like 200,000 copies, break even. By the time the EA machine had finished like scoping and scoping and scoping and increasing, now do take this with a grain of salt. This is just things I have heard over a pint, not figures I have got from incrementals. But yeah, Brutal Legend would have needed to have sold, I think it was like 3 million copies to be considered a success. Okay. Yeah, romance in the three departments, the internal wars of EA. Oh, the other one that was doing the rounds over the weekend was just more... I swear they're getting ready to announce The Last of Us Part 3, because they're really crunking the hype machine on that one, and they were talking about Last of Us Part 2's most controversial death was also controversial in-house. Firstly, I mean, controversy is measured... I guess controversy is... I can't even speak today. Is measured by, external factors, not internal factors, but the most controversial death in The Last of Us Part 2 is not the one anyone ever fucking talks about, and that irks me something fierce. Guys all hiding from Godzilla, or oh yeah, no, they are hiding from Godzilla. Fuck, I couldn't see him because of the scene transition. Oh well. Yeah, numbers, we're at Godzilla already. And because there is a non-zero chance that when we get the full proper canonical ending to the Watcher, we'll actually get a proper screen. I want that kill mark. I was robbed of it last time. Like, if we kill Big Red, that's fine. I don't mind if we don't kill Big Red this run. But Godzilla? I need that immortalized. At least if we know if all the hunting parties come back through here. Alright, fine. Okay, I guess I've got to save your homie for you then. No, I guess Ketterall today are just like we're still early on in the Watcher, right? So we can go. We have our invisibility power, but we don't have like time warping or any of the really cool shit. But this is the area from last run where I fought and eventually slew Godzilla. Thankfully, we made friends with the scabs way early in the run. Now, what we should do is stash this explosive. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to stash this explosive stick so we can basically have like a Godzilla hunting kit. That does mean going and getting some food. No, unfortunately, Ketterall. We've got to kill it in one run, and I've killed it once so far today. Like, if we don't kill it in one run, Godzilla just gets to get away with it. You know, the frustrating thing as well is it's not just we have to murder it. We have to kill Godzilla, and then we have to make it out alive and snooze. Because it doesn't count unless we nap about it. That's the Rain World way. And last time I did this, I'd already gone on like a scav kill spree, so these guys were also trying to fucking murder me. I did mean I have much more of a rampant supply of explosives. Okay, but now we have our Godzilla hunting kit. Okay. Ooh. It's kind of wild going back to the EA thing of like they did actually have an indie label for a while, and they could have done so much, you know. Obviously, the real poison in the well for EA was Ultimate Team, be it FIFA, Madden, ice curling, hurling, shillelagh counting, dog shows. Actually, the fact that no one's done like a FIFA Ultimate Team style game for dog shows is a fucking missed opportunity and a half. Okay. Godzilla. Godzilla's not my nan. Godzilla. Okay. But yeah, FIFA Ultimate Team made more money than probably anything else EA's ever created. And so that meant that what was considered success changed forever. Okay, that's good. Alright, I managed to zigzag these two out. Godzilla's gone up into the rafters, but maybe the smell of delicious bouncing slug cat will convince him to come down.
This is just for a ring, though. This isn't for much.
Oh, Jamami. I don't think anyone's realised... I don't think anyone's realised how much money is still on the table when it comes to... Oh, no. Oh, I'm fucked. Yeah. There was nowhere to get cover because he was above beaming us. But yeah, so like, combining incremental stuff and autoplay... Like... I don't think anyone's realised quite what a goldmine that is. That the thing about Football Manager, I'm not a Football Manager fan. Though I was actually a character in Football Manager 2013? 2014? I can't remember. I'm bad, by the way. Just in case you were wondering. This bastard is not giving up. This is very annoying. Look at that fucking rock. Okay, this is good. Okay. Oh yeah, and even using our invisibility, we can't ambush Godzilla because Godzilla's Magna Shield is ambient. It's just there. But yeah, so like, we're seeing like a whole bunch of incremental games doing really, really good right now. And the reason being is because you do the strategy and you do the planning before you then end up engaging with the core gameplay stuff. You know, I have my problems with the fucking Horse Girl game. You know, a kind of gacha normalization of actual real life gambling that uses the waifu concept to make it okay to bet on real horses. Anyway. But what I will say is that you do all the training and you do all of the management stuff, and then you just let it go and you see how it goes, and that's genuinely engaging for a lot of people. Except for Godzilla, apparently. Just hear one of the newts making some noise. Oh, Godzilla! He's a fucking dick, Godzilla! Come on, do your pop. Do your pop, mate. No, he's gonna chase me. Alright. Spear when you want badly. Okay, this is not looking like a good hunt. Like, I often think about how, what if Pyre hadn't had action gameplay and had just been about, like, sports management? I wonder if it would have landed better.
No, let's just go. Okay, let's just follow this.
But Pyre is one of my weird obsessions, in that Pyre is very clearly a specific type of game that it's brilliantly made. And most folks like myself who didn't enjoy Pyre just don't like sports games. Like the sports element was too pronounced. Alright, here it comes. Hey, hey! Don't you ignore me! You big lizard. Oh yeah, no, CMC, 1000% agreed. The world, the characters were so brilliant. Like, for those who weren't there during the early days, if you didn't hear me doing the voices for Pyre, you don't know what Will being loud can be. Come on! Hate me! Okay, it seems like maybe he's just not strong enough to come up here. Or not compelled enough? Come on, come on. Oh! Okay. Godzilla is dead. Godzilla is dead. We now need to eat enough to sleep. Yeah, without getting eaten ourselves. Let's be careful. Let's be cautious. Let's not do what I usually do. Okay, there's one fruit, and I know where the bats are, so we're okay. Okay, no. That guy's got a baby newt newt. No, no! How the fuck did we get away? Okay, we still need... We have half a day. We still need 3 pips of food. Okay, that got spicy. Yeah, no. Not today, buddy boy. Not today. Okay, this is good. just need one more bit of food. Fuck you. Okay. Sorry, our little guy stayed in stealth too long, which causes him to get super exhausted. But because we've got the heat with us, no, big green, no. We just need to eat one thing. We just need to eat one thing. Okay, we've eaten enough to rest.
Yeah, which I asked the question earlier. I asked the question, I was like, did anybody else in chat watch that movie? Because I have one takeaway from that movie. And I want to know if
Sorry, Fred. I just slew Godzilla, or a Godzilla. And I need to make it across the battlefield here, up the road. And once I sleep, that kill is immortalized forever.
No, I don't think I took away from that movie is that, like, you know, it's okay to like Peggy.
Are you talking about Tetsuo, the Iron Man?
Yes. You know, it's okay. It's okay. You can like Peggy Pet. It's fine. You don't have to turn into an iron monster. I don't know. That's all I took. Maybe I took the wrong message.
Okay, blast the Final Fantasy fanfare at full volume. It only took most of the stream.
Godzilla? I hardly know her.
Yes! See that kill mark there? Godzilla! Fucking kick your ass, Godzilla! Okay. I'd say 20 deaths is rather charitable. Okay, it definitely took more last time. So, now...
Oh, well, yeah, you know.
Now it's time to,
I don't want to spoil it.
you know, explore the rest of the tundra. We do actually have to go back the way we came. It's a great game, thank you kindly. Please dispense applause. I need a little soundboard for that one, don't I? And now, if I get killed, I get killed. Okay. But yeah, I will say that the incremental scene is definitely jumping. And there's a few games that came out ages back that would do really good right now. And I promise I'm not just saying this because giant robots, but there was a football manager but Armored Core game that came out ages back, which its only crime was being a PSP game, which for some is the greatest sin. I'm talking about third birthday again. But yeah. Like, incremental games are doing great, and they are coming along in leaps and bounds. You know, it's not something I would have thought I would have described as a quote-unquote genre. But again, users decide what genres are, and as someone who has consumed Berry and Horror Palin, fuck yeah, I want more. I actually think that Dragon Ruin 2, as much as I was enjoying it, when I realised there was nothing more to it, kind of just like went there. Whereas Wellity, look who's back. Call me Will, two Godzilla's Overguard, they do. The old zigzag maneuver. Once we hit a pop, then we drop. Recharge anytime soon. Yep, he is recharging. Hide. Hide from the explosions. Okay. So Fred, I think Sesame Street is officially on the E-line?
Okay, we're in the spot. We're in the town.
But,
We're back in here.
like, honestly, I haven't been to New York in so long, I forget the exact instructions. I did not forget the acid-soaked pinball animation of how to count to 10. Anyway, so Fred, how was your weekend? What were you up to? I was looking at games for stream and whatnot, and yeah, I think we're going this way. Darkest Dungeon came back across my feed. Ooh. Okay. Also noticed the music stopped and all. My word, it's a Christmas miracle. Popcorn for dinner. The glowy box I've only ever seen near like supercomputers and stuff. I mean, it's new for us this evening. I think we've been through here before. It's just, yeah, as I said, the last time I saw that was a different time. Alright. Poor little guys. Freezing to death over here. We did swallow a warm coal, but that can only do so much in the face of unbearable blizzards. Hey, so Godzilla's still mad at me? You heard of My Neighbor Totoro will get ready for my arch nemesis Godzilla. Oh, he broke my fucking neck. I think it's safe to say he might have a bit of a grudge. Jamami, did I say thank you for the 200? I hope I did. Okay, but yeah, so jumping back. It did just strike me the other day, like I said, that there's quite a few games in the like incremental space that we haven't really explored, because there was kind of this like, I don't know, idle games had developed their own shorthand and were definitely not or haven't been considered proper games. Which of course is very silly. I think the situation we find ourselves in these days is that, you know, the whole everyone's tired and everything is too much. It is something to take into consideration with, you know, user spending habits and the ilk. Oh my fucking Oh, I keep forgetting, yeah, this is the area above where we were before. Okay, I understand. And so like something like Pyre, which is for all intents and purposes a gorgeous visual novel wrapped in a complicated sports game of wizard bullshit. I do think that would have worked better if you did more planning and strategizing with the characters, but then they were their own problem, you know. I see where we need to be. Fucked. His gravity field had me pinned up against the wall again. I was just a Godzilla snack. Like, is it fair to say that a lot of these like choices that we're making are definitely part of the quote-unquote quality threshold in? Oh, dude. Just because, like, I get to play a lot of different games because I hang out with you lot, right? Before I started streaming a lot, I would try and get as much weird and interesting indie shit, you know, in my system as possible in the wee hours. You know, during my average work day, I was playing a lot of Counter-Strike, a lot of playing a lot of Counter-Strike, playing a lot of Sniper Elite, those kind of things. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we just not... Thank you. Did we not do popcorn anymore? Go ahead. Since I started streaming, I've kind of found that, you know, my game playing habits have reversed, you know. I've not been playing a lot of games in my downtime because I want to play them with you lot or for you lot. You know, I've got a shit ton of like hacking horror games that I will do for Long Ship After Dark someday. Okay, see if Godzilla's still pissed at me. God, you mock one. You mock one massive murder kill. Suddenly, yeah, that guy. Huh.
Hmm.
What are you supposed to do with this area?
You get it. Audio got the moves. Oh shit.
It feels like this is the route we're supposed to take. What do we do with it?
Oh yeah. Look at us. We can take. Oh shit. We did some tables. Nice. Okay. I don't need any more energy, but okay, soon.
Jesus.
I got infected with
Okay.
plague back in the day, but I powered through. Of course, Stealer.
I think I've led us very much into the wrong way, but I might be able to change it around by, I guess, hopping up this way?
Then I figured, hell, might as well keep running that bar.
Fuck.
Now, born and raised on this island, there's a few of us left, hidden away, old citizens. Anyhow, enjoy the music and relax.
There we go. Okay, this is a game changer.
Dollar rate. What's it do? Loot drop, plus 5.
Ah, there we go. You know what? I think we should take a snooze here.
Interesting. There was another door that was like this too.
Hang on. We're safe here, so let's have a look at the map and overall. It actually looks like what we need to do is somehow cross over to the spot above us, up, round, and then we just keep going right. So, okay, this is a good place to snooze. Okay. You want an adult lunchable, aka a charcuterie board? I mean, I just had some Murica cheese and crackers, just as a little, like, hunting of the slug cat's battle snack.
An area
Okay, then we go up, because you've got to get up to get down. Then from here, we stress hop over this way. Then our adventure begins for real. Again, we've killed Godzilla, so whatever happens the rest of this run, I already consider it a success. Yeah, head up, and then to the right. Oh, yeah, while the wine component was not part of it, I did thoroughly enjoy the cheese part of Wine and Cheese Night from a couple weeks back. Could certainly go for that again, you know. Ah, fuck. I don't think we can make it past this murder grass. Okay, okay. Nope, that's death. They got me and they're not letting go. When you biff the jump, the grass takes you. Hey, one more death until I have to try again. Sorry, this is the peak Will doesn't finish a thought or a story. What I was trying to articulate is that, I don't know about y'all, but for games that actually require my brain, I don't have a lot of time for those these days, you know. And the ones that I do, let's say the end comes to the long ship sooner than expected. Let's say things come to a conclusion tomorrow. I'm gonna keep going on Blueprints for sure. but then I'm not going to immediately pick up another like puzzle game exactly the same breath, right? I think the reason why idle incremental games and also like chaos comedy games are doing so well is that they don't ask a lot of the user, not from price point and not from like the amount of brain power you have to invest. No, that's nice. And CMC, like, I think that kind of level of like mental fatigue is something that people need to take into consideration. You know, that whole thing of like users don't want live service games. No, users don't mind it. It's just there's a lot of other titles that have made those feel like such a ginormous undertaking that the premise has to be something. You know, the Road to Kovstock, literally the pitch is, hey, those shooty online games, too stressful? Don't want to play with other people? That's cool. I got you. I did find out the hook a little bit better. So, Road to Kovstock isn't a quote-unquote roguelike. I misunderstood that from the demo, so my bad. But it's just a single-player shooty gun bang. What makes it so fascinating, right, is it has that post-Tarkov, like, if you get shot, you have to patch it up and pull out the bullet, patch it up, etc. And it has post craft and survival stuff of like you have to manage your body temperature, you have to manage your your mental well-being. At home with the Newt Newts. Also, not a single nice. Not a single nice. What's going on? But basically the main area, the quote-unquote Kovstock, where all the good shit is essentially a permadeath area, which is kind of wild. So you still get that hardcore kind of vibes, but you get it without having to play an online game, without having to, learn a new meta and a new system and all of that. Like, its pitch is literally, do you want to just play this and not have to fucking stress? Which I would say, these days, is a very good pitch. No, you fucking don't. Oh. I miss being able to. We nearly fucking had it there. I mean, CMC, I will say, like, I still have joy in my passions. It's just finding time to actually indulge in them, And I shouldn't even say indulge, right? But I don't know. At least for as long as I have this, I'm lucky that my day job is also a great big portion of those. I'm in the if you do what you love, you'll work every second of every day. What's this time thing you speak of? I read about it once. It's like a magazine about it. Wasn't very good.
We got pushed off.
I think Pikachu was on the cover.
Ever made our way back? Yeah, I got locked here, and we never came back. Okay.
Because I've been wondering if that's perhaps why post JRPG titles haven't been doing as good as their contemporaries. Look, I'm sorry I keep talking about it. It's just I don't understand why Dosa Divas isn't selling good. Dosa Divas is peak indie bait, right? So how come it's not selling gangbusters? And honestly, I'm starting to think that like it might just be due to how difficult it is to inspire people to play a JRPG right now. Like it's not something that's technically difficult, but as an undertaking, it's just the sheer amount of life it takes to play one through. It's a huge ask. Okay, are we going where we're supposed to be? Quite like if we could... Okay, we need to go back this way for a power snooze before we continue. Alright, we have a full belly, so that's fine. Because the game I picked up, what was it? I picked up a copy of Snap and Grab. It's not something we'll be necessarily streaming this week, but it's fucking good. Oh, you're not gonna get me with that, buddy. You see all the murder grass between here and that Karma flower, right? Not today. Okay. Grandpuppy Newt looking at me like I'm a serial killer. We have to go, if we want a place to rest, we have to go, yeah, left from here. A full belly? We have a full belly. Seems weirdly familiar. Is it me, or does this feel like The Wall, but like 1,000 years later? Sorry. Oh, and Quasi, did I say hi? I hope I did. My current level of cognitive decline has definitely been a little bit stressful, so forgive me if I've been failing on greetings and the ilk. You're okay. Well then, Quasi, Watto and welcome. And I hope you're doing splendid. I mean... Well, Quasi, either way, it's good to see you, and we are no longer nice. I just want to point out, not a single nice. Not even one. Okay. We're back down here. We have a long journey to go. Oh, Quasi, thank you. But no, I'm just trying to like. You know what it is? It's once again coming back to that thing that was bugging me, like, of listening to business dickheads talk about the quote-unquote... Let's see what's going over this way. Talking about the quote-unquote... what do they call it? The attention economy, which I thoroughly despise that term. But especially this idea of like business wankers just looking at all of our free time as a resource to be, well, farmed, really. That you're not looking at trying to, you know, entertain people, you're not looking at trying to make something. It's that there are only so many hours in a day and you need to be commanding everyone's attention all the time. All day or day. And I don't know, that hits a level of dystopian that I'm just not okay with. And what's so wild about it is it comes from that whole, like, from the idea of, like, you know, people are looking at things on their phones and also doing things at the same time as a lot of other stuff. Mainly because we're all going through the shit. We kind of need to keep ourselves a little occupied. And it's really annoying because anyone you talk to who even acknowledges that... Oh, didn't even want that dinner anyway. Like, anyone you talk to who's kind of even acknowledging that this is a thing, you know, they're coming at it from such a corpo bullshit manner. They're not even thinking about, like, hey, people just fucking diet. You know, you want them to play 15 different live service games. No, that's not happening. And right now, you know, asking people to engage with a heavily complex single-player game. Oh, you fucking bastards. Ooh. Fucking hell. For some reason I cannot get past the murder grass here. Must have agitated it too much. Maybe there's a spear or something. Sorry. Man fails to make even a coherent point while playing rainworld.jpg. There we go. And it's almost like the equation is that the originality of the premise must override the amount of emotional and or mental lifting that is required to engage with it, right? Incremental or idle games work because they ask very little of you, right? Or you can fuck all the way off. Absolute gobshite. I hope you get digested by murder grass. You blue fuck. I hope you get strip-mined by scabs. You can take my time, but you can never take my attention. True. It's just because so many of these conversations, I just hear people being like, oh, well, that's just not a genre that people enjoy. Oh, well, this title, you know, no one likes live service games. I'm like, well, actually they do. But, like, what are you actually offering people? case of Final Fantasy XIV, maybe a butt slider. Maybe. No promises. We'll talk to the team about it.
So where's that?
I prefer undead service games.
How
Grr,
come all
arg.
the heat- Oh, you just sort of- So, need to be.
It's just weird. Papa Newt Newt is super untrusting of me. It's one time, dude. It's one time. Okay. Because I think that might be where... I think that one might be where Dosa Divas is falling down. That... Like, it's visually interesting. It's really narratively creative. But it is still asking you to play a JRPG. And we all know that that's an unknowable amount of time. I definitely feel like one of the reasons why very few people played the end of the Rainslick Precipice of Darkness was they switched from that very kind of, 3D, easy to digest style and moved over to... that's where we need to go. Cross and up. No. Big green, no. They moved over to the devs who did Cthulhu Saves the World, which actually isn't as hard a JRPG styling as other titles, but it still had the trappings, right? It was still asking a lot of you. I don't know. I haven't checked to see how Relooted has done. I hope it's sold really fucking good. I'm worried it hasn't. But, it kind of comes back to what we, partly talking about with Akari earlier. It's like, not every game has to be a gigantic commercial success. I just want my homies to make enough to be able to fucking eat, or to be successful enough to be able to keep me alive and keep this going. You know what I mean? Oh, I've absolutely taken that bomb though. God, this area is so in depth. Look, I know that bomb was a little bit, what's the word? I know that was a little bit decadent, but I had to. I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't going to die to that bastard. Oh god. Quasi said they were just booking a flight, their wife for travel. Oh, sorry, that oh god was, yeah, I haven't had to book a flight yet, but it really does boil down to is like misery versus money. Like how much can you physically handle in terms of yeah. I mean, they haven't all been a disaster in that regard, Fred. I have a name.
I don't fucking care about the fucking word. Give me a text
I'm gonna hide in the pipes and warm up a second. Now the snow is coming. Well, actually, so Fred, there was a really good write-up on how a lot of people were using it was predominantly a mobile service, but it was essentially a delivery platform for... Oh, you son of a bad word. Right, I might not survive this cycle, but take Big Green with me. Slugcat killed Big Green with gravity. Gravity killed Slugcat. Red Burning Dragon. I don't know if that jump is even possible now. Am I chasing madness? But yeah, so Fred, there's been a few services that have done like visual novels through non-standard means. We just don't really hear about them. Okay. Oh fucking K, Rain World. Is that how you want to play me? Is that how you want to play me? Oh, joke's on you. Now I'm going to kill everything I can find until it kills me. I am Murdercat. Whoever comes to the pipe first. It's a rebar in the neck. Oh, and here comes Godzilla. If I push the bodies of your compatriots over onto you, huh? Godzilla! You're a dick! Dude, I need you to jump right the fuck now. Okay. The only thing I was going to add is that, like, you know, things like Warframe have done real good for storytelling and stuff like that. The problem was that we're not seeing games that are pitching the story as the first part. You know, for online games, it's kind of like... Because obviously the technical limitations and how difficult it is to make an online game, it's like, hey, please enjoy the thing and then maybe we can start doing some cool storytelling. Forgetting that the reason that we play games is for the idea, the concept, and that thematics play a huge part in people's interest in that. The amount of fighting games over the years that have come and died of being like, oh yeah, but this one it's the fighting game that the hardcore will really, really enjoy. Well, did you give us a thematics to get invested in? Because you can't just be Street Fighter.
Yeah, now we have
You know what, Fred? That feels like the truth of the internet. I was telling people earlier about how I got like death threats and shit for Rome 2, and they were like, what? I guess I hadn't talked about that story as much as...
An arachnid? Anarchy? Not that strong, but I don't know if it's just...
Go. Grandpa Newt, you're fine. Don't give me that. Trying to avoid being at home with the Newts. Okay. Nice to see my scav friends being chickens in the murder grass.
We might have fucked around for extended period of time.
Yeah.
But now we have them. We just have to get out of here with the spider bees.
I guess, I mean, I'm happy to... Ooh. Okay, you guys can enjoy Big Green. haven't really had like a good lore conversation to get into in some time. Okay, hang on. Going this way because I don't know where we're supposed to be going from here. And I guess all we can keep doing is keep going right because.
Yeah, we can call you fresh meat and more, but I don't know, just meat is a little too common. Well, at least you're in good meat. I am couch meat.
Just remember the green ones can't climb. But yeah, some pointless lore debates sound pretty good right about now. Or I should say low stakes, you know. Oh, the reason why this isn't on my map is excuse me. The reason why this area is not on my map is in our last playthrough of the Watcher, we were at absolute arms with all of the scabs, and this time around they love us. So we're in a bad spot. Got half a day, which is good. But that big green is pretty much between us and life, so okay, I got this. This room is new? Wait, how new? As I don't know if you heard what I was narrating about earlier. But I did all of the Watcher stuff at launch. Oh, cool. Well, hopefully it can lead us to some fucking somewhere to. Is there a fate better than watching a vulture get fucked up by murder grass? How does the ground taste, little bird? Come on, I'm over here. Oh, I think they've got him. Are there any more spears around this way? Oh, yes, there was. Shame. I think we could have gotten him. Okay. So I guess to our Dota playing friend, and I do recognise this area though. Am I going to leave be? Okay. Oh no, because up here is a teleportation spot. We don't yet have karma levels, so we're going to go through this way. Okay, cool. For the new endings, though, I'm right in saying that there isn't anything like I don't need to be doing anything with these new plant mechanics or anything now, right? Until we can travel between realms. We don't got to worry. Am I correct in saying? Okay, so Quasi, on the subject of maybe not pointless lore discussion, so like, what are some of the franchises you've been dancing around in? Because I don't have anything interesting to add unless you want to do a super deep dive onto the hella dark shit within Adventure Time, which is about all I've watched, except for we did watch The Mortuary's Assistant. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Oh, that is so helpful. I'll be sure to write that incredible knowledge in my memoirs. I was amazed at the speed at which Big Green can turn around. it's a bit cheap, but in the past I have used this specific corner of murder grass to, I think I took out one of the big reds here. If not big red, then definitely one of the... I do appreciate about Big Green is after a certain point he realizes that he is drastically out of his depth and will just fuck off. I kind of appreciate his, what's the word? Practicality on the subject. Sometimes you just got to impale a couple of lizards and let nature take its course. Okay, I've definitely been through here. If I had to guess, I'd say we've got to get up to get down. So Quasi, when you mean unique problems, are we discussing the fact that you are raising and training a tiny human? Because one thing that's worth mentioning, Book of Stories. I know you won't. Book of Stories is going to be shifting to a single-player game, so. Marco, Marco, can I borrow one of these? Cheers. Two humans. Because, like, Quasi, I don't know if I can do much. I haven't started doing Hades 2. We'll do Hades 2 as a stream, much like we did with Hades 1. Like, once it's hit... Well, I think it's hit version 1 now, if I'm correct. But once the majority of everybody has had the chance to play it, and I'm not spoiling anything for anyone... You son of a bitch. So I stabbed the lizard, and in his dying breath, he put the murder grass onto me to pull him down. Ah. Yeah, and we haven't really had a longship game that's grabbed us as a community. Sea of Thieves was probably the last one that we all hit. You know. Marathon's really fucking good, but, you know, I think it's pretty much just been me and Fearless who have been onto it, and I haven't had the time to play it. Okay. That one was on me. But, like, you know, I love getting to play video game sommelier. And Fred, that is your journey to explore alone, I'll tell you that. I feel a little bad because one of the folks I used to know at CA has been moved over to Blizzard a few years back and has actually done a bunch of the new designs, including Bastard Cat, who I'm not sure their actual designation. he gaining on me? Bye. Oh, bastard. Okay, up is usually good with these. It looks like we're moving towards another rift, so this is good. But in terms of what's happened with Overwatch over the years, it's... I mean, even aside from Friendship Watch killing it so dead that I could never glean fun again from Overwatch, it does feel like... I don't know. We've basically just got a grander version of that thing that we all really enjoyed back in the 2010s. And the big deal they made about doing a cool redesign for What's-A-Face. The character who was accused of having the what was it, the Ozempic look. Like, even her quote-unquote redesign is still so bland. The new character we got is just... We just got Chun-Li. Okay. God, I remember we spent a lot of time here. Okay, so long as I don't start killing scabs, this area isn't too bad.
Okay, she's in it this time.
Well, the thing that struck me with Marvel Rivals is they did add something that we didn't have back in the day, and Flyers adds an extra level to it. There's also a little bit more in the way of variety in combos and player stuff and things like that. Like I said, I really dug it. And I even moved away from my usual snipey snipes and played... I played Venom. I played a caked up... I don't know if I would say villain. Okay, we're back again. It does feel like years since we've been here.
Okay, that's two. We have 10 fucking health. 10.
Yeah, Aeon. It's never easy, but well done, and welcome back. Let's see, Quasi, of the things that has anything intrigued you? Has anything stood out that we could play? Because Fred and I could talk back and forth about, you know, Overwatch and Overwatch-like titles for literally years. You know, just because Fred, I finally finished watching the EC video yesterday, and I'm glad I got through it, you know. Like you were saying, there's a bunch of stuff that obviously they don't know, but, you know,
She's in it.
it was not... Your timing is hilarious, by the way. But like, I'm glad I watched it. Like you were saying, you know, there's a bunch of info that they don't have or that has disappeared since, you know, back in the day. But I'm glad it's a video that exists and stuff like that.
I don't actually really need to hit the enemies. I just need to
But it did remind me of a few old things, like, you know, basically Friendship Watch destroying everything. And the irony of that was the name of the fucking bit. And it did nothing but generate misery and frustration. Yeah, there's nothing in that video that's misinformation, which is a little of what I was worried about. And I didn't realize that, you know, EC had completely gone to shit since back in the day. You know, I put it on mute. I put it on mute, I put it on block. I wasn't going to spend the rest of my life being miserable about them. You know, we were talking about it earlier. Hating things takes a lot of energy. God, this area is so much easier when the scabs aren't trying to kill you. That's why you should pre-order my hate subscription. I'll hate things for you. Fred will eloquently hate the things for you on your behalf. It's like a ride-sharing app, but you're sharing the emotional heavy lifting of hating shit. Okay, look who thinks he's Mr. Billy Big Bollocks. It's this fucking bastard right here. Yeah. Think you're cool, but you're not. Yeah, those karma scabs are incredibly powerful, and they have the throwing boomerangs as well. I think I can eat these guys though. But yeah, it was there was a certain amount of catharsis in it, you know. Okay, come on. There we go. There we go. So with these guys, you have to stone them. You have to stun them, then rip them out of the ground, and then you can eat them. All right.
Just like that, I'm already
Oh yeah. Anyway, so my point was more quasi that like I think we can whittle down some suggestions and things because like I'm playing Arena Breakout, specifically Infinite, the one on Steam. Is it good? If you like realistic shooty gun bang, you know what? It's not bad. Is it free? Yes. Does it have a mobile monetization system? Yes. By which it is like cosmetics on cosmetics on cosmetics with like 4 different season passes. But it's not obnoxious. Well, that's the problem, Quasi, is I want to be playing Project Silverfish all the fucking time. But I don't. Because if I burn through all the stuff off stream, okay. Yeah, if I burn through all the stuff off stream, then I will have officially left us all with nothing. Alright, I remember where to go now. Morning. Morning, Scavs. God, this game is so different with us being friends with the Scavs. Morning, Scavs. Hello.
Also dodging those guys.
Sorry, lads, but this is the way I gotta go. You can handle this. I believe in you.
Yep, get all those guys. Give me that. Immediate. Yep, go in the middle. Go in the middle.
Oh no, this place is very bad. That middle stem, that's a mimic if I remember correctly. That thing killed me fucking bad last time.
It's alright.
Okay.
Okay. Same thing. Same. Just circling around. The energy on our way back.
Alright. Little slug cat's off for a walk. I know. Quasi, to be continued, and you know, you always got a home and you always got homies here. Because that's always the thing about, sorry, this is apropos of nothing, but like when looking after everybody and running a group like the Longship, it's like, obviously I want us to have cool games that are all playing together, but I also don't want to just try and brute force it. Ooh, new arenas unlocked. I guess those weren't here before. Safari region unlocked. Fuck yeah. I did see the shelter over there. I just don't have enough in my belly to sleep successfully. Damn. God. If I remember rightly, isn't this the long march over towards the prince?
It was still your eyes. Alright, I guess we're going in the water.
Okay, I'm not ready to fight the drill does yet. And hey, you'll know I love recommending Vulture games to people. Okay. But, oh, sorry, the thing I was going to add is that, like, when I'm not... Oh, that's so weird. Anytime you touch one of the purple ghost creatures, the flower reacts. Kind of unsettling. I'm actually quite antisocial, at least digitally, when I'm in my downtime, because organizing people and being responsible for, you know, like gaming sessions and other folks is very stressful. So for me, if it's downtime, I don't want to be doing that. Are we above what we're supposed to be? Alright, hey buddy. So like, I know I've told you this probably 20,000 times. I spent a lot of time with PlanetSide 2 because I didn't have to organize shit. I would just find a unit, bring my sniper rifle, and just cause as much mischief and chaos as possible. Until either we won or they won. Whoever they may be. Okay, this doesn't seem familiar. Where are we? What's our buddies? There does appear to be some food there. You're my lunch, come back here! Okay, I'm gonna head back this way. There is food to be had. But like, this whole area seems very similar to the temples that were around the Void Water. Alright. Or the Void Sea, sorry.
We're supposed to just be going back to talk to
It's also weird that the priests seem to be almost hanging out with us. Enderzilla. Enderzilla. Enderzilla? Enderzilla. Yeah, I don't know if Little Fire has been informed that I'm into video games, and at this point, I don't know if I want to be the one to bring it up. Okay, we do not need 2 rocks. You know, what a horrifying realization. Oh. God, you laugh, Fred, but I keep seeing pitches for that indie game subscription, and the latest one, which was supposed to be an indie classic banger. I'm a level with you. It's bad. You know what? Let's go through the ruins, because we can always go across the surface later. There's something fascinating down here, and this doesn't ring a bell, but then we spent the majority of our time in a lot of other regions, not the Torrid Desert. So it is entirely possible that I just missed this, or my brain's just forgotten it. Thank you for the free hand grenade. I really appreciate explosives.
Oh, that's not.
Or did we only come through this area? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I am sure we would remember this region. Oh, fuck you. Ah. Grenade to the face? Grenade to the face. A giant creature. I'll hit him with my hand grenade dead.
We should just kill all the mutants. They might turn on sunny day.
You know what? You know what it must have been? I must have taken the above route last time I played.
Yeah, I'm saved for it. Hey, mate, you made it into your own turf. These folks sure know how to party. You look sad. Disney. Couch, that beer is so good. Couch is done.
I am very happy that I reached the point with the scabs where they're just like, alright, here's a spear, here's some kit, don't worry about it. Oh, and Enderzilla, did you mean that the mystery of whatever the hell those strange, colourful lights were? Or just the mystery of Enderzilla? Is it one that we have solved? Do the people know? I'm not sure how the new plants work. Okay. Well, I mean, I see the fucking drop wig. I mean, in the words of the gourmand, can I eat it? Because I never did work out how the... Oh! Okay, so I can't eat it, because if you hit it with a brick, it blinks out of reality. Which, I'll be honest with you, is not an ideal thing that I want when I'm looking at food sources. Oh, shit. Okay, welcome to the Everything's Bad show. A show where everything's fucking bad. Fuck. Everything's bad. Oh wait, no, I was too quick. You'll have to remind me that I don't need to count the next. Ooh, fuck. I don't need to count the next death. Buddy run, buddy run. Y'all ever stabbed a living engine crab in the engine before? Okay. Damn it. So, is this one of the newer regions? Or did I just not go this way? We cool? Yeah, we're still cool. Not wasted that spear. Okay. Sorry, Red Burning Dragon was saying that the floating lights could be like a jelly prototype. I mean, there are lots of creations that ended up kind of getting a life of their own after the fact. Sorry to go so quiet, friends. It's just like I think we're in a region of Rain World I've never seen proper. Oh. And dinner has been. Ah, you little bastard. I say dinner's been hand delivered, but no, dinner's able to fucking dodge bullets. Alright, now is this an actual tear? No, I gotta come back here later when I actually have the ability to do so. Okay. is. I just pulled that out of that thing. Oh God. Horrifying.
Don't be a douche. And I'll shoot it.
Okay, hopefully this thing doesn't kill me. I hear the giggle nearby, which means we're not far off. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh. Bear me just a second. Is it the same one? Even here? Even when? Well. Well, that is new. Do your trick. Let me see. Look at those eyes peeping. Peeping! They might not. I can always see you. Never forget that, my little shadow. Okay. Okay, there we go. Oh. An iced Watto and welcome. Okay. Alright. I think that does make a good point, though, to bring our adventures to a close. Because I recognise this region wholeheartedly. And I think it's going to be a bit of a... Oh, sorry. Bit of a scramble towards finding the next shelter in the ilk. Crossing new frontiers takes a toll on the body, but sleep can help you recover. Okay. Yeah, so now it's giving us the ability to travel between realms. There. Yeah. Okay, well, I didn't mean to do that. I don't want to spend time in the torrid desert. Okay. So, before everything careens out of control and I find myself hurtling through the areas. Yeah, so we've got loads of stuff to start tearing into. It really does feel like we're seeing new things, like things that weren't in the Watcher at release. So yeah, Enderzilla, Dota, everybody, I'm doing Rainworld again every Tuesday. So come on by, tell me all of the interesting things that have happened since launch and what's changed. We're questing for the two endings I haven't gotten so far, so it should make for a great little adventure. But this is where I will be bringing my proportion of this to a close. Going to see if there's anybody I can hurtle yourselves over to in a little bit. But I need to say my thank yous, because without you lot, I ain't shit. Because you lot chuck in bits and gift subs and everything. That is the only reason that I've been able to keep doing this as long as I have. So for that, thank you. And to that end, I would like to thank the following people. Wait, where's my credits? There we go. There we go. To Molten Does Stuff, thank you for the follow. When did that? I must have been AFK, so you managed to sneak that one past me. Well done. To Angel Kalina, Some Numbers, Akari Zero, Aeon Digital, Wolfcrad, Captain Stephanie Barnes, DJ Coil, Skynix Distoria, Kyle Gado, and Sturdy Kiwi, whether it was a 90-month tier 2, whether you were hunted by House Carl or anything in between, seriously, thank you. To Simple Chaos, Eraman, Vershi, Akari, Scotty, J-Post Numbers, Bacon Avenger, Dramami, Vanderbeast, Quasimoto, don't know why I said it like that. No, seriously, bits are massively appreciated, and bits and especially donations, so thank you. And to the entire moderation team, not just Caffeine, but Nova, Moose, Tal, thank you all. Right. Let's see where I can pass you lot. You know what? I'm going to pass you over to my good friend, the Space Cadet of Seattle. All right. So go. Be merry. Please give my good regards. I'm going to start making a plethora of foodstuffs. Tomorrow, I've got proper good weird indie stuff for you. But if there are going to be any changes to schedule tomorrow, just keep an eye on the Discord, and I'll let you know. And that's it from me. Thank you for coming with me on. I mean, it was 5 hours of Rain World. A good proper stream today. So all of you, thank you. All right. Yeah. Have a good rest of your night. Have a lovely one. To be continued. Good night, friends.